Hello, everybody, and welcome to another chill Sunday stream. I hope everybody's having a lovely day. Today we are going to be continuing Underhero, and we're going to be making our way into the volcano, as well as talking about a little bit of the state of the United States. So, with that said, I'm gonna give everybody some time to make their way in, and then we'll get started. I'm going to also remind everybody to switch over to live chat instead of top chat so that you can see everybody's conversations. And hello, Ill. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Yeah, so I just want to make sure that everybody can join in the conversation. So again, switch over to live chat if you have the ability to do so. So you can see what everybody's saying and converse with one another. I like when this chat is conversing between people and not just directly with me, for a lot of reasons, because I think it builds community and I think it's a much better way for people to interact. Hello, Jaguar. Of course, we've got our kitty in the box. Hello. Always love that. I hope you're having a lovely day, Jaguar. I'm here with my tea. As usual. As usual, we've got this nice chill music to lead us in. Il says, pretty good, thanks, and you? Getting closer to selling my house and leaving my job soon. That sounds pretty promising. I'm hoping that leaving your job is sounds like a positive, so that's good to hear, at the very least, and hopefully things are well with the selling of your house. Hopefully you're doing it for reasons that you want, as opposed to it being forced upon you. And as for how I am, I'm doing pretty well. I cannot complain. Mostly just doing a lot of thinking and considering what's been going on in the United States, hence why I want to talk about it a bit. But in terms of life, I couldn't complain too much. Things have been pretty good. I'm here ready to have a chill, wonderful Sunday stream. Jaguar says, thanks, I'm having a chill Sunday. I made a thing and working on another project. I have to shop for some needles because mine broke last week. I also need bobbins. I hope you are well also. Again, I am doing well, and in terms of your needles and bobbins, I am sorry that your needle broke. That can be very frustrating. But hopefully you'll get a new one and be able to continue working on your project soon. Whatever caused it to break. I'm gonna give it about another minute and change, and then we'll get going into the game. I'm just gonna load up so we can pop right in when we start. Also switch the music up to that awesome save room music. Jaguar says, thank you. It was a really good needle too. The one for thick fabrics. It happens though. It got a lot of use and a lot of love. Oh, I'm sure it did. With a lot of the projects that you make. And the needles for thick fabrics, is there like a special one for thick fabrics at all? Like, what does that mean? Is it just the thicker needle, or is it a longer needle? Like, what makes it good for thick fabrics? Duke, welcome, welcome. You're ready for another Sunday of chill and friendly people? As am I. I hope you are having a lovely day. Reminder again to everybody just one more time. to switch over to live chat. Also, before I get into things, I hope everybody will just wish me some luck. I might be at the point where we can get a new camera for the channel, which hopefully should be helpful for the future. I'm gonna be working on getting that this week. So, thank you, Duke, for the camera luck. Jaguar has probably gotten more done in their off time than I've gotten done on every job I've ever worked. Jaguar manages to keep busy. And Jaguar says, yeah, the needle needs to be a bit thicker and shaped differently so that I can go through thick fabrics. Okay, that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. And Il, thank you for the good luck wishes. And Jaguar says, Duke, I'm just a busybody. Well, somehow you managed, Jaguar, to produce so much in even your off time with all the arts and crafts you're consistently doing. So, unfortunately, we have to make our way back up the volcano because last time there was no save point when we got to the volcano, so that's one of the things about games like this that kind of just irk me slightly, is when a game does not provide you enough save points. If you've traveled a great distance, there should be a save point. There should be a save point before bosses. There should be a save point before hard areas. You don't want to, like, make people have to go back and constantly go back and forth if they need to get off the game. That's just my opinion on the matter. Unless saving is, like, a major mechanic in your game and you need to limit it for certain reasons, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to provide that for people. Merchants, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. King Cyrus, greetings, greetings. I hope your day is going well. So, I don't know if I need that yet, but I know I'm going to need another of the blue peppers. So I'm gonna wait on that until the game tells me I'm going to need it, and then we can move forward. Jaguar says, good luck with the camera. I hope it helps, and that it's everything that I hope for. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of setting up, but I'm hoping that I'll actually be able to record at the very least in 720p, and if not, in possibly 1080p. So I'm hoping that'll clear up a lot of the image. Also, can I not jump into pits? That would be very helpful. And I did it again. Okay, there we go. Duke says, save should be constant. While I like playing games on emulators, more so sometimes. Well, that was definitely an issue with older games, especially 4K Ultra HD Terra when probably never. Probably never. Does this poison ever wear off? But older games definitely had the issue where if you save, like, you couldn't save, and in a lot of instances, you had to play through the whole game again. I mean, some had cheat codes and ways to teleport to the area that you were, but there are so many of them that if you wanted to get up to the area where you were previously, you had to literally play through the entire game again. And even when save features started becoming common, it still didn't quite have the same ability that I think a lot of the modern games do, where they instantly load you back in. And, I don't know, making you go through progress is something that feels redo progress to a certain level is fine, but when it gets to be too much, I think it, you know, there's a line somewhere and I'm not 100% sure where it is, but you should definitely have more consistent ability to save in video games. Jaguar says, I like having that pressure lifted off and being able to save when I need to, especially if I need to put down the game for anything that comes up. Yeah, and I think especially, like, being an adult as well changes that. If you've got work, if you've got things you have to do, sometimes you're only able to pick up a game for 15 minutes. And if you want to get involved in a game where, you know, the space between save points is 20 minutes, a half hour away, it might discourage you from actually playing that game. And like this, I think technically saves my spot, but I don't know if it saves on a load. Like it'll save if I die, but I don't know if it'll like let me come back in if I quit the game and came back. Cyrus says, Ultra HD is just utter nonsense, to be honest. You get better picture quality, but still. Yeah, I mean, the picture quality comes at a huge disadvantage, though, which is that it's mostly, like, unless you're watching the thing on a TV that's really far away, the 4K graphics and the 1080p are not generally discernible to the eyes of a human. So if it's not discernible to the eyes of a human, like, why does it matter? But if you're watching, like, on a really large screen for whatever reason, and... then there's a reason for it, I guess. Though personally for me, I can't imagine needing that large of a screen. And if you're sitting close to it also, it's not that big of a deal. Like, if you had a 4K phone, I feel like that would be a little much, for example. What else we got? Il says, the more time spent not saving really adds to the pressure. I usually end up making mistakes. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, if you're really worried about, oh, I don't want to lose all this progress, I don't want to mess up, that can have an effect on gameplay, and that can have an effect on the experience. Again, unless it's built into the experience, I don't see the point in it. Like King Cyrus just said, Bloodborne or Dark Souls would be a good example of games that make the saving mechanic part of it. The old Resident Evils kind of did the same thing, where you had the typewriters and the save ribbons, and you had to kind of determine at the, like, as you were going in, how often do I save? When do I save? When do I go back to a storage area? So there are games that have historically made good use of it. Successfully parried. There we go. That was a very good fight. That was on point with the slingshot. Every shot hit the mark there. Very happy with that. All this lava. Oh, another enemy. What's up? There's a bunch of us working as slaves down at the brewing chamber. What? But I don't care about them. They betrayed Lord Stitches and now they deserve to work without pay. That's what the Don says, at least. He does not like underlings betraying Mr. Stitches. This person's gonna go down. This minion is gonna go down. Just getting more tea. Duke says there are mechanics that prevent it from being used to cheat. Stellaris has the Iron Man mode, with which autosaves wherever you currently are when you exit and can only use that up-to-date save file. Yeah, something like that makes a lot of sense because you want to prevent cheating. You want to prevent that, you know, over-saving, as it were. But even that, there are some games that actually make use of that mechanic. I can't think of them off the top of my head because they're kind of used sparingly. But I'd actually like to see more games that do that. And I think a lot of the games that are very centered on the idea of constantly respawning and retrying something kind of have that mechanic where it's kind of like an autosave feature like you just described. Found a potion. Nice. A time travel game where save files are part of the gameplay? Yeah, that would be really interesting. Gangle, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Is there gonna be like a chest at the end of this area or something? What are you? My job is to guard the level switch up there until I'm told to activate it at least. Moving the levels up and down helps blend the ingredients at a large scale. Can't parry the lava, okay. This is a weird mechanic. Okay, that worked. Can't carry any more potions, but it healed me, so that works. Duke says, this is one of the only chats I know where people always greet each other. It's so wholesome. Honestly, it really is, Duke, and I'm glad you brought that up, because, again, one of the reasons I mentioned at the beginning of the stream for everybody to change the live chat is because I like when you all interact with each other. It feels like a sense of community. It feels like people are actively, like, not just interacting with me, the streamer, but we're all just kind of chilling while I'm playing the game and doing our own things, but also talking to each other and experiencing something like that. And to me, that's kind of what it's all about. So it kind of feels familiar to see you all say hi to each other, and like, I don't know, I'd feel personally weird if everybody was just like, hi Tara, and then everybody else was just ignoring each other. That seems so bizarre to me as a system. Ooh, oh no. Jaguar says, it's so true, I love that we all talk, it's so communist. True. Or communal, sorry. Same thing. It feels like going over to a friend's place and giving everyone a hug or a besito when coming in. True, true. Float like the wind. Yeah, I had to float there in order to catch back up to the elevator because I overstepped the elevator. It was a little bit funny. But it worked out, it worked out. Okay, we're gonna have to fight another one of you. Being submerged in this stuff must be terrible for my complexion. Tastes good at least. I guess I can't hit it when it's like this. Yep, missed that one. Ow! What the? Was not expecting that. It's a good thing I don't instantly die when I jump in lava. Okay, what does everybody think about lava mechanics in video games? Because I feel like it's one of the most inconsistent things in video games. There are some games you touch lava and you insta-die. Other games you hit lava and it's like... You just, what's it called? You basically get like a little bit of damage, or maybe a high-end amount of damage. So, like, what's the norm there? Like, how come there is not a norm for lava in video games? I've seen how the Dawn looks at Mr. Stitches when they talk. It's pretty obvious. I can't help but feel like Lord Stitches is taking advantage of that. Jump, slingshot. Ah. Not too bad, not too bad. Duke says, do not step on the lava. Every time I see Groovy, I think of ASJ from Resident Evil. Who's ASJ? Oh, Ash. I don't know enough Resident Evil to know who Ash is. Unfortunately. I feel like I have to raise the lava up to get to the end here. It'll probably raise some stones up so I can actually make my way across. Yep. That's what I suspected. There we go. Now what did that do? Well, I'm gonna have to lower that lava. I shall have to find the strength in my heart to forgive you for not knowing Resident Evil. Okay, no. I know the first 3 Resident Evils. I know Code Veronica. I don't know 4 through 7. He says groovy a bunch in all of them. Resident Evil is too spooky for people. That is fair. So does Ash from Evil Dead. Well, not all the time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where are we? Is this a save point finally? Yes! So yeah, we would have had to gone over another, I want to say 20 minutes last time to get to the next save point. Well, maybe a little bit less, another 15 minutes. Resident Evil isn't that spooky compared to Silent Hill. That's true, but I feel like everybody's got their own spooky level that they can handle. I bet the key is right there. Gotta remember that elevator there. If we find the other side of it, we could come back here very easily. What's in here then? Right is the brewing chamber. Is this raising and lowering lava? Yep, yep. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay, bad, 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 bad. Hold it right there, Shrimp. Only authorized personnel after this point, unless you happen to have a few coins with you. Who knows, I might turn a blind eye. Extremely bizarre blink. Nah, I'm gonna fight. I just saved the game. I'll let you do your 2 damage strike at me. Go ahead, do your 2 damage. That's fine. Anything to lower that rage meter. There we go. I think I'm gonna go back and... Forgot about the lava, forgot about the lava, forgot about the lava. Yeah, I'm going back to heal. Il says, haha, I was going to ask you to give us a clue, Duke, to tell us which part of Resident Evil. Yeah, I don't know which part of Resident Evil or which game Ash is a reference to. Jaguar says, kitty in a box. Hidden kitty in a box. Me with anything slightly spoopy. That's entirely fair, Jaguar. Ill says, Silent Hill 2 definitely was scary for me. Couldn't play it after sunset. Yeah, and that's the thing also, like, the atmosphere in which you play a lot of horror games can dictate how your experience is as well. If you're the kind of person who's like, I'm gonna play this in the middle of the night with, you know, headphones on and no lights on, that's a very different experience than I'm playing it in the middle of the day with like all the lights on and everything, just like vibrant. And even then it can still be scary for some people. And a lot of the jump scares can still have a big effect on certain people, especially if they have certain forms of illnesses or certain fears and anxieties. People kind of forget about that. I feel like there's too much of a culture of, oh, it's not that scary, but like, for some people it is, and that's okay. I think talking about our fears should be more normalized. Outlast, which every horror game is ripping off with the first-person thing. What about Outlast? I'm not familiar with Outlast. Ill says, almost reminds me of a Mario 64 when the main character steps in lava. Oh yeah, because of the way you bounce out of it. That is kind of a lot like Mario 64. And that sound Mario makes when he takes the 3 damage from jumping in the lava. Duke says, oh, I said I had meant Evil Dead and I'm embarrassed by my epic fail. Joke turned out to be me in the end. Oh no! Oh no. It's fine, Duke. We forgive you. King Cyrus says, hate jump scares. Yep. And Duke says, not a fan of jump scares, but they are kind of a real cheap and low payoff. To me, if you're gonna provide that kind of scare that leads up to things, the fear of something actually popping out can often be a more enticing experience than jump scares. Because eventually you just get used to the jump scares, and it's like, okay, well, I'm expecting something to pop out pretty much every second, so whatever. But if you build that tension can be a much better, like, factor at drawing, at least me, into a game. I'm supposed to be looking out for intrusos, but I like this spot right here. It's nice and cool. Wanna chill with me? You seem kinda chill. I'm just gonna bribe. Good amigo. Lend me money. I'll never forget this. He doesn't even want to be doing what he's doing. Outlast is a horror game that is intense and you have no weapons. That's the other thing with horror, is the second they give you a weapon and they remove that feeling of helplessness, it often changes the focus of the game. I think the best horror is meant to be kind of this, like, either psychological or existential. Where you kind of feel helpless, but you're still curious. Like, I think it's become a trope at this point how many games also have that thing of, there's no way I would actually go in there. There's no way I'd actually do this in real life. And I think that kind of takes me out of a lot of it. So I like games that, if it's horror-based, that throws you into the experience. That says, you have a curiosity here. You need to find it out. You know, you need a reason to actually need to do it. Jaguar says, I like wholesome spoopy and tend to be some of my favorite levels or games. People forget that darkness can be friendly. True, too. True. Very true. The darkness can be a place that takes you away from the sounds and the bustle of life. It can be a place where you meditate and are filled with, you know, invigoration, and some people just thrive in that. Too often it's associated with all of the worst fears, and sometimes it can be a place where you can just be good with yourself. Cyrus says, Alien Isolation wasn't bad because, you know, xenomorphs, Bloodborne. Bloodborne does that with the Lovecraftian stuff and the beings known as the Great Ones. You know what game actually plays horror pretty well, in my opinion? Subnautica. Because it throws you into the ocean and basically leaves you in a place where you have to explore, but also kind of builds a story around it that makes you want to find out what's going on and what happened to this planet. And I think it pulls it off very well. The Don has a conveyor belt in his room that feeds him peppers whenever he pleases. Sometimes bomb peppers slip through quality assurance and fall right into Don's mouth. It's an instant knockout. Ooh, that was very helpful information. I don't want to fight you. That was super helpful. True, the ocean is very vast in that game. Yeah, Subnautica's ocean is wow. And the lower you get, the more anxiety-inducing it becomes. But not because of, like, silly reasons. It's not jump scare central, it's just like things come out and there are things that you see, and some of the horror is that giant fish an enemy or is it something friendly? Like, is that going to be something that's a predator, or is that something that maybe doesn't really care that I'm there? And you can see a lot of the threats before they pop out. And so your own mind creates the fear. And I'm a firm believer that our own minds can create more fear than any monster that can appear on a screen. Did I miss anything? Duke says, I'm more of a cosmic horror fan. People need regular reminders of how tiny we are. Darkness being friendly too equals goth culture, at least how I see it. And yes, the ocean is vast as well in real life. No one can go wrong with Metal Gear Solid, though. True, true. Up there to my right is the only exit out of that place. If somebody wants to run away from here for whatever reason, they'll have to go through me. Okay, but why, though? You, I'm fighting. I'm gonna get my stamina back up before I keep talking. Oh, okay, I thought I missed that timing on that jump. That was very generous of the game. The hat literally blocked that. There we go. Oh, level up time. We all know what that means. Il says, yep, and space. When I went to Zion National Park, I literally couldn't stare straight up and see the vast starry sky. It almost felt like vertigo when I did. That must have been a really beautiful thing. Jaguar says attack or stamina. Zero, welcome, welcome. Zero came in with attack, so... Jaguar, with your approval, attack will be the option, since you were the first one to say anything. Also, Cyrus says, I'm shocked Kojima had made those games due to the political message about violence and US imperialism, but it makes sense, I suppose, since he's in Japan. Kojima's message in a lot of the Metal Gear Solid games are strictly anti-imperialist, and the fact that so many people miss that bothers me. There's so much anti-imperialism, there's so much of a critique of war and the war economy, there's so much critique of the way that the US functions. Even Big Boss's creation of Outer Heaven and then sending in a mercenary basically to defeat him, like, the entire first Metal Gear Solid game literally is based around Snake getting completely messed up by the US government and completely betrayed. So yeah, we're gonna go with attack points, because I got more votes for that, and Jaguar had said attack or stamina. Where are we up to? Where did I go? Duke says... One time I was able to see all nearby. The moon, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter, and the sun had just set, so I knew where it was, and I had this amazing feeling. God, that must be really amazing, honestly, just to have that connection with the entire universe, really, to just realize how small we are, how connected we are. Kind of makes you change the perspective of things. And the fact that somebody like Bezos was able to go up into space and not really recognize that is so troubling. Let's see, did I miss anything else? Knowing where I was on the solar plane. True. Il says, it's beautiful. I saw a review of Mother 3 that felt like it was a criticism on capitalism. Mother 3 is absolutely a critique of capitalism. You literally have a society that's been completely removed from anything capitalistic. And it's just thrown on people. And within a span of a few years, there's definitely a commentary in Mother 3 on colonization and on corporatism and on capitalism as a whole. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Zero says, I think I know what video you're talking about. It was a good one. I'd have to see that video. If anybody can find it and throw it in the Discord, I would definitely check that out. But I certainly see how Mother 3 has an anti-capitalist message. Don't run around like that, you could hurt yourself. This shaft is used to deliver Pika Pika meatballs, so watch when you're going down. Man, you just looked out for me, so... Here you go. Ow. That's a lava spout that's preventing me from getting that chest, so I'm gonna have to go deal with that. Okay, there is a platform down there. And you're gonna have to be dealt with. Making lava fountains is pretty relaxing, especially when you can make it go really high. Bezos has so much money it essentially makes him incapable of empathy, thus he would get no benefit. Very true. Very true. And we're back onto this form where I can't hit it. Are you gonna flip back over? Or are you just gonna attack me again? Okay, that first attack that he does when he turns into a cannon is really hard to tell. Oof. Cold water, not too bad. Needed that. Bill says, I wish Japan would kick US troops from their country. I wish most of the world would kick US troops out of their country. I wish it wasn't so normal for the US to have military installations and bases pretty much in every part of the world. Zero, thank you for putting the link on the Discord, and Ill definitely would love to have you on the Discord. Especially Guantanamo Bay. Agreed. Agreed. Gangle says Bezos is not some kind of genius, he's just a small-minded merchant good at cutting costs, nickel and dime stuff. Yeah, well, when it came to Amazon, he basically just nickel and dimed his way into things, so... The problem is that the US sort of insists on it a lot of the time. Well, the US insists on it and has a military presence that basically says if if you want to get rid of us, we're gonna use this military force that we literally have stationed in here as a police force. So, kind of difficult to do that. It's almost like the US occupies a good chunk of the world. And finds some of the most impoverished, desperate people to join the ranks of the military to enforce that. It's almost like it's all connected. Ooh, yay. We got a silver key. And we got back to the safe station. These internet billionaires didn't really do anything, they just put old-timey business stuff on the internet. Well, they did a lot of that, and they found a lot of tax loopholes and ways to basically build their businesses without having, a storefront, and without having to pay for all of the things that had been conventionally part of business. Ill, if you do end up joining, one of the mods I'll definitely throw you in if you join during stream. I can't do it while I'm playing, obviously. They get millions in return during this hack season, which is just absurd, honestly. Hey, you. Where do you think you're going? Oh, we're here because Mr. Stitch has sent us, yeah. to deliver a very important message to El Sacerismo. Lord Stitches, you say. Don Salsarismo is very pleased to receive this message. Good luck, sucker. What is this way? Okay, that's the chamber. So, what's up here? Okay. I'm not sure what going up there does yet. I only talk to those who offer me spicy gifts. Okay. Cyrus says, I read Fight Club again. And man, it's clear a lot of the Chudge watched the film and not the book, because in the book they're so clear. Tyler Durden is off. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. The book I know makes it a lot more clear about what's going on. He wouldn't listen, right? You'll need to present proper tribute if you wish to speak with the Don. Should have seen that one coming. He is particularly fond of my salsa. Spicy, but not too spicy if you catch my drift. Okay. Talk to me again if you'd like to cook something for Don Salsarismo. Let's begin then. You will need to climb that rope there. Then you must drop 5 peppers inside the salsa pot down there. Choosing the right ingredients is the way to go. Don't make it too spicy, he does not like that. Doesn't like it too spicy? Well, I know what we need to cook. There's gotta be someone who knows which peppers are the spiciest. Ask the rest of the villagers, what is Salsarismo's favorite salsa recipe? They'll know what you mean, we're counting on you. The spiciest of salsas requires at least 1 king pepper, the nosy one. The Don hates it when it's too spicy. Oh, you're helping us out here? Oh, right. If you want to surprise the Don, drop 1 nocturne pepper, the purple ones. If what you want is to make something good, add 1 red pepper. You did not hear this from me. You may or may not need to add 2 tear peppers, the blue ones. So 2 blue, 1 red, 1 of the nose peppers, and 1 purple. So I have a purple, I have a red, and I have 1 blue. So I need another blue, and I need that nose pepper. So does that mean I need to go back and get the other peppers? Oh no, they're up here. Okay. I don't have to get it. Alright, 1 nose coming in. Wait, I missed that. So 1 red, 1 blue, 1 purple, 1 blue, and the nose. You are done. Take it to the Don. Good luck. You found salsa insanely hot. Beware. Okay. That worked out. Sniff. What is this? Smells rico. Ahem. Yeah, it's very yummy. I guess it was too hot. Uh-oh. You cockroaches, you burned my sexy tongue. Remember me, fool? Lisa? What in the world are you doing here with this cute mascarita? I'm here with this kid to kick your gigantic butt. Grosera, espada, inmunada. Inmuda? I didn't see that. Stitches sent us to give you the stone. Ahem. Oh, right. We're also going to save those coconut heads. You will not release my cheap workforce. Ay, my madre, I will crush you, desgraciados. Let me just catch up with chat super quick before we start this boss fight. Going to do this. Just noticed someone new joined. Melody2. Subterra, long time but occasional viewer, first time tuning in. Well, thank you for popping into the stream. Welcome to have you here, and I hope you're having a lovely day. While I catch up with the rest of chat. Duke says, I should implement that rule too. You can't talk to me if you don't give me spicy food. It is a good rule. I might actually implement that myself. Cyrus says, Tyler Durden in the book sees himself in the novel not as a fascist or anarcho, not a fascist or anarcho-primitivist in the film. He's more akin to a self-declared prophet, as if he's literally the second coming of religious founders like Jesus or Buddha. Project Mayhem feels more like a cult than a fascist group. That's a really good point to make. And even still, it's supposed to be critical of that, isn't it? The book is more of a religious cult, like Tyler in the novel isn't out for a fascist ideology. It's weird. Zero says, what I find funny about Fight Club is that the movie is super homoerotic and all of the toxic people who like it never picked up on it. That is actually really true. That is a good point to bring up. It's like you completely ignore that component of it. But, you know, you want to harp on the fascist component of it and talk about it like it's a good thing. Like, that's the weirdest thing. Ill says, this stage gives me Lava Reef Zone vibes. I was thinking the same thing. I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm getting major Lava Reef Zones from Sonic 3. And Knuckles. Duke and Cyrus have welcomed them, and so is Zero. Okay. Mel says, my day is going well, shaved and showered and have some cream soda. That's awesome. Never watched Fight Club, to be honest. I have actually not watched Fight Club either, but I have heard enough about it from people, and I've heard enough people both praise it and criticize it for what it is. But here we go, we've got our boss fight. Now, what do I gotta do here? Oh, I think I know what I have to do. I have to drop the bomb peppers into his mouth. Ooh, that was close. I actually like the music here. Okay, I cannot get up. Now I can get up. Dropped a bomb pepper in his mouth. Now can I fight him? Oh, I jumped in his mouth. This is kind of weird. Wait, what? Ooh, massive damage. Oh, I'm back on top. Oh, no, it kicked me down. Nope. Nope. Get away from the fire breath. Where is he? Oh, he's coming up the other side. Now, where's he coming from? Oh, was not expecting that. Keep moving, keep moving. Charmander used Tail Whip. It was super effective. He actually looks like a Charmeleon. Oh my goodness, he's dancing to the music. Actually, I want to drop that somewhere. For me. Because that should heal me. Running to attack again. Whoa, hold up, kiddo. Wait, for real? Right now. Right now, Puzzle Man. In the middle of a boss fight. No way. Okay, the masked kid's expression right now is totally my expression right now. Like, what? Why now? Why this guy? That's ridiculous and absurd. Oh, man. Let me catch up with the chat before I do Puzzle Man. Mel says cultural osmosis, I see. Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those, I've watched it even though I haven't watched it. Do you prefer Mel or Mellow? Or do you have a different name you'd prefer to be called, by the way? A lot of chuds like the hell out of it, especially Manosphere folks. Yeah, that is very unfortunate and true. Fight Club is good, says Gangle. Zero says, I prefer choke in general. I'm not sure what that's referencing, I'm sorry. Cyrus says, Tyler in the novel looks like a Greek god, and to be honest, Apollyon, the author described. Duke says his insides look like the outsides. Oh yeah, the insides of him look a lot like the caves that we're in. Is that a stomach ulcer? That might have been a stomach ulcer. How come Tail Whip isn't a fire-type move when Charmander does it? It really should be. The Charmander line should totally have fire coming out. Mel says, I'm fine with any name you feel like. So, Mel works then. She, her pronouns only, though. Got it? Understood. Choke is another book by the author of Fight Club. I didn't even know the author of Fight Club had written another book. So, shows you what I know. So, let's get into the quiz. Let's do this. Alright, Puzzle Man. Puzzle me. Oh no, dude. You're way too late this time. We are literally in the belly of the monster. Oh no, the shareholders will not be happy about this. How much you want to bet this is the real villain of the game? He's talking about his shareholders. I guess I'll have to come back later, lads and lasses. I can offer you a hint as an apology. Make it quick. You should be hasty. Sooner or later, this monster will wake up and toss you out like pistachio shells. Okay, we knew that already. Anything else? This monster's guts are in constant movement. Every time you enter, the position of its weak spot will change. Oh, it's about to change. Good luck and see you soon, kiddo. You know, after this boss fight's over, he's gonna just pop right back in. I mean, I guess you don't just write a banger like Fight Club and then put the pen down forever. I mean, some people are one-hit wonders when it comes to books, so... Wait, can I, like, ride this up somehow? No? Okay. What's this way? Is this where the weak spot is? No. So it's gonna make you find the weak point within a specific amount of time. Do the coins always point you in the direction of the weak spot, or... Because that would be good design. Yeah, okay, the coins point you in the direction. Yeah, there was a timer before. Well, here we come with the lava attack. Oh, that was easy enough. I am loving the music here. Just stay away from his flamethrower attack. I literally feel like I'm fighting a giant Charmeleon. Oh, here comes the tail. So is this a platformer with turn-based RPG combat? Pretty much, yeah. It's kind of based around Paper Mario. In terms of the way the game is designed. Where are the bombs? Que rico. That probably has an explosive flavor. Let's get inside. Ooh, I thought that was gonna be lava. Instead, we're spinballing our way through. Let me just double check up this way to make sure there's nothing. I hope there isn't like a hidden chest. What the heck is this doing here? Mistaken for a hot pepper, perhaps? I love watching Southside Smoke groove to the music. Yeah, it's so cool. It really gives this boss personality. There's the weak point. I just want to check the other path. I have enough time to still do damage. Okay, no, there wasn't anything. Melts in your mouth, not in your... Let's do the hammer attack. We got one more. We got 2 more streaks in. Boss defeated. We've done it, people. Or have we? I kinda don't trust this. Animales de monte. Oh no, this place is gonna blow up. We have to get out of here. Put those short legs to work, kid. Okay, but first I need to check for secrets. This is, one of those games after all. Mel says I'm kinda glad kinda sad Salsadismo's gone. Yeah, me too. Except, you know, they were kind of an exploitative capitalist. Who was flat out, exploiting workers. Okay, did you not expect me to go up here? Okay, I couldn't get down for a second. There we go. I can't move, I'm petrified, please help. Just hop on the elevator with us. I can't, I have a phobia of electronics. You can't be for real. We would need to carry you back the way we came from. Handy can take care of carrying him. I don't think we have time to discuss this. Please, I'll give you a special treasure in return. Please help me, it's up to you, kid. We could leave him behind and take the elevator back to safety, or take the long way back and save him. Alright, let's move. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna save him. What I want to know is where the candle's at right now. Oh, it's still in the palm of, Handy's hand. Mel says my sadness has been reduced by this information. That is fair. Wait, where's Handy? Come on, Handy, catch up. Nobody left behind. We're saving all the workers. Alright, let's get through here. Did I need to raise the lava, or did I have to take the right man? I think I had to take the left. That's not good. That's not good. I think I broke collision detection. That was funny. That was a good moment. Okay. This time we don't end up in the lava. Also, it reduced my timer. Okay, that... I don't think it expected me to do what I did there. Yeah, I have to raise the lava up to cross. So it kind of automatically does that for you. That's what I did. Also, we just dropped that guy straight into lava. Yeah, I probably have plenty of time to get out. I'm not too worried about it. Also, want coins. Oh, the lava's back up to where we are. Come on, go down, go down. There we go. Two minutes remaining. Ladies and gents, do you know what time? Can't you wait until we're safe? That is right. It's time for the puzzlement. Alright. Alright, we just got dragged in. It definitely reminded me of like a Metroid thing with the Metroid escape scenes. I think we're safe here at least. I hope we don't go back to a sea of lava. Me too. Also, he did not take, Puzzleman here did not take our friend with us that we were rescuing. So I hope our friend's okay. Welcome back, folks! It's time for another amusing quiz show. Get some nachos, things are about to get spicy. The party is just getting started. Question number 1. Why is El Sasarismo inside Pika Pika Volcano? He's trapped inside, the rent is cheap, he hates the sun, he loves salsa. Isn't he trapped inside because of his size? Yes, okay. Correct! In order to ensure he doesn't escape the volcano, Stitches gave El Sasarismo all the food he desired to gain his trust. But Stitch's ulterior motives were to make him grow large and fat, all thanks to enhanced condiments designed by Tiber. Embarrassed by his appearance, the Don simply refuses to show up in public anymore. And because of his gargantuan proportions, Don Salsarismo can't escape his own spicy prison. What a fate. Is it just me, or is it getting hotter in here? Question number 2. What substance is about to erupt from the volcano? I actually think it's spicy salsa. Let's see. Yep. I remember one of the, I think villagers had said that. Correcto! Don Salsarismo is running an illegal trafficking operation on very, very spicy salsa. Using rare natural peppers that grow here on the island, he has repurposed an Alta volcano as his giant brewing pot. He controls production. He controls the means of production. There we go. There's the leftist talk. Mr. Stitches takes all the profit. What a bargain! It is definitely hotter in here. Question number 3. Why did Don Salsarismo agree to work with Stitches? Isn't it because he finds him attractive or because he fears him? One of those two. Oh god, both of them are choices. Think it's because he fears him. Yeah, okay. Correcto. The simple answer is sometimes the correct answer, folks. Stitches lets him stay on the island as long as he continues to give him the profit of his operation. And battle the heroes. El Salsarismo would never try to disobey Stitches after what he did to the previous evil Queen of Darkness. Whoa. That's some information drop right there. If Stitches is taking all the profit, doesn't that make Don Salsarismo only petit bourgeois? Or it means that, I mean, that's possible. It's also possible that he's, kind of having to pay taxes to the state. That is not supplying things for people. Just a larger, pyramid scheme, as it were, in this time. Jaguar says, "Oh snap, I realized I got super quiet again. I'll be AFK while I type things, trying to be creative. Good luck with your creativity." Grizzly stuff, folks. We got monies. Like, Mr. Stitches also provides this. Stitches is the boss, of all of the minions. So, in a lot of ways, he's enabling and allowing Salsarismo to exist there and control the means of production in the space. He's literally enforcing things. I think he takes the role of either a higher level capitalist or the state, or some sort of, like, feudal system. I don't know. But he's, like, the big boss. So maybe these areas are different franchises under the larger corporate umbrella. Either way, it's an unfair and unjust system. Also, I want to know more about that Queen of Darkness. I'm afraid we'll have to cut the show short today, folks. Things are getting dangerously hot outside, but don't worry, dear contestants. I'll do you a solid and bring you back to a safe spot. How safe exactly? I wish you all the best, and we'll see each other next time on the Puzzleman Show. I do not trust Puzzleman. I do not trust Puzzleman at all. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll never forget this. Saving people feels good. Yeah, you're right. I'm just not used to helping monsters, that's all. Yeah, wait, no. Erupting volcano, anyone? I'll take you to the village soon. Take this, I'll return to the village soon. Take this as my thanks. See you later. Ooh, a sword upgrade. Can I go this way to get back? You are not running away, cucarachas. Oh boy, he's coming back, and he does not sound happy. Do something, kid. They have a plan. Don't need to explain it, just go. Okay. The wooden sign is not going to melt. Handy said, hold left to accelerate, hold right to slow down. Jump on those bombs to slow down that salamander jerk. Teehee jerk. Insectos. This is kind of cool. I did not see what that said because I was too focused on my character. That was a nicely timed jump. I feel like I got a good amount of air there. cucarachas inmundas. Sliding down the mountain. I wish I could have read what he just said. Oh, I can just make it over to that one. Okay. Coins led me well there. Insectos. ¿Me las vas a pagar? That would make sense. Uh-oh. Mel says this segment seems really tricky because you can't really see how far ahead for how big of an area you get. Yeah. No, not seawater. My delicate skin. Okay. Everyone is looking at my lumps. I'm sensitive about that. I'm sorry, Stitchy. I'm out of here. Aw. Once again, the day has been saved by self-consciousness. I thought you were supposed to give him his triviality stone. Oh, drats. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I believe we're now strong enough to defeat Mr. Stitches now. The champions return. Oh no. You have saved the tribe. They tell us of your deeds, very heroic, and as promised, all monsters free now. Only those who truly want to fight can come to the Colosseum when they want. Now it's time for wedding. Whoa, this kid's underage. Ah, didn't notice, mask and all. Thought maybe just small stature. Underage is unacceptable in our tribe. Not reading that. We talked about that last time. Afraid we must eat you now that marriage is no more, though. No. How about we give you a magical stone? Magical? How? Back me up, guys. You can control El Salsarismo with this legendary stone. He will have to do your bidding. As leader of the Pika tribe, me accept. Give it, kid. Remember, you can only use it if he's close or something. There's a catch always. The eating you part was a joke, of course. Yeah, sure it was. Eek. Eek, we talked about this last time. Not the best discourse there. That is not a great look from the people who wrote the game. I know they apologized for it, and I know that they promised in the future to be more, aware of their stuff. So, but that's still yikes. So I am going to save it here, catch up with chat, and before we head back, I'm gonna do that, and then I'll be right back after I do that, and then we can start our topic for today. What'd I miss? Il had said hopefully the timer stops. Yeah, I'm glad it did. I'm glad they brought me to the top, because that would have been ridiculous. The land back discourse has gotten ugly. Real shit. Ooh, yes it has. we can definitely talk about that when I get back. But some of the takes of a lot of leftists when it comes to land back has been pretty off the mark. Pretty off the mark. I feel like a lot of them don't know what land back is, and they're just trying to, like they're misrepresenting it completely. I don't know. And Mel, what you had said about the segment really being tricky, yeah, it was very difficult in that section because you didn't know whether to jump or not because you couldn't see far enough ahead. I'm glad that you pointed that out. Merchants had said, I like this music. Very, very true. The music was really good in that spot. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Salsadismo is kind of a jerk. Salsadismo is a jerk. I want to like Salsadismo, but unfortunately, he is a jerk. Jaguar had said, what's going on with the discourse? And Cyrus had said, well, let's just say a lot of leftists have really lost the plot. Reductive as hell. And Cyrus says, Coffin said something so dumb that's not even a case of ignorance, it's purposeful. Cyrus, you can definitely bring all of that up when I get back from break, but Ill has said, just recently heard about it from other comrades, complete and Luna Oi. The discourse around what's going on with Luna is infuriating me as of late. Duke said, I like the comments that EJ made about it. Yeah, completely agree with you. And also, yes, Sarah, you do need to follow King Cyrus. I love King Cyrus's car rants. Mel had said, I would comment, but I don't really know the state of land back discourse at this point. Yeah, so we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about today's topic, because they're kind of related to one another. I will be right back, and when we do, we can continue the conversation. Duke, I'll bring it up as soon as I get back, but yeah, I'll bring up what's been going on with Luna. Okay, everyone, I am... What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Mel had said a few issues to chat about. True. Gangle says Coffin isn't relevant as I see it. Completely sidetracked themselves. I've never really followed Coffin, to be honest. Mel says, meantime, we can vibe with the Underhero music. Yeah, I love this song. I actually picked it because I feel like it's a really good one to vibe with for breaks. So, Ill had said break time. True. Zero says dance party while Tara is gone. Well, it's better than before when y'all used to have a revolution behind my back. Ill says salsa dance party. We need to invite Salsarismo and can make him give up his capitalist ways. Mel said, "Hey, since I've been addicted to CRPGs lately, anyone know a good CRPG with lefty themes?" Unfortunately, I do not, but if anybody else does, that would be awesome. I know a lot of CRPGs don't often get translated into English, which I am unfortunately not knowledgeable about language in that regard. So I am in a place where I can't play a lot of them. I'm also assuming that you're talking about Chinese RPGs when you say CRPGs. Unless it's a different RPG than what I'm thinking of. Oh, computer RPGs. Okay. Okay, my bad. I'm about to play, I think it's called Earthlock. I'm looking forward to that. Ill said I thought that meant cinematic for some reason. Yeah, I know I've always heard CRPG for like Chinese RPGs, just like JRPGs or Japanese RPGs. Because CRPGs Chinese ones, tend to have their own very specific thematic trends, and Steam has a category for them. Ale had said, I like Disco Elysium, but not sure if it's really left, although you can be a communist in that game. I am not familiar at all with Disco Elysium. Of course, you can be other things in that game too. I think I declared Disco Elysium as a CRPG based on what I'm reading. Tactical tabletop style combat is a big part of the genre, but I don't think it's necessary part. Actually, one of the things I was thinking about recently is how scarce a lot of turn-based RPGs that are not tactical have become. Like the old school, like Final Fantasy style games. It's a really good game, Sunday Chill certified. I'd have to take a look at it. Somebody remind me, just pop the name into the Discord somewhere for me to look that up. If somebody wouldn't mind. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the RPGs have either been action RPGs, tactics-based RPGs. You have a lot more RPGs based around card battler systems. But I've seen that the turn-based RPG has kind of... like the Japanese style turn-based RPG has kind of fallen to the wayside. Like the old school Final Fantasy styles and a lot of the games that you'd see like in the PlayStation 1 era. I know the, of all systems, the PlayStation Portable and the Vita had a lot of those type of games. And a lot of them are slowly getting ported to the PC, but there still hasn't been that many. Is there a point in battling in the Colosseum anymore? Pepper economy's thriving again, all thanks to you. We ate for marriage still, but whatever mission you do is also important. Mel said, I'm more of a fan of tactical RPG systems myself because you have a lot more to worry about than just character abilities. They tend to emphasize action, economy, positioning, a lot of the times like that. I like that. But I like switching it up when I play, because sometimes I want to think about party dynamics. And me personally, I think one of the best mechanics I've ever seen in terms of a turn-based RPG was Final Fantasy X, because it swapped your party members. You were able to bring them in and out of combat. And it wasn't just this static, oh, well, 3 of your party members are battling, but the other 4 are just standing around doing nothing. It was one of those where you could swap party members in at any point, and you could switch back and forth, and there was a lot of purpose to each character. I'd like to see more of that kind of system, personally, but, like... And I know Golden Sun did that as well, where it had that mechanic where you could swap between the 2 rows of party members. So like a tag team system sort of thing? Yeah, so it didn't like leave you where one party was just kind of chilling to the side and everybody else was involved in battle, where you could swap in and out, and it kind of felt like you had to give your party members breaks. I don't know, I thoroughly enjoyed that aspect of it. And in Golden Sun, you actually got 2 full parties in the second game. The party of the first game and then the party of the second game. And then you basically could swap between them at will. And you could rearrange them at will. It was a really good mechanic. But on to the topics. Don't forget about Kenshi. I'm not familiar with Kenshi. But on to the topics we were talking about. So I want to talk a little bit about the state of the United States. And within all of that, that's going to tie into a lot of what we've been talking about. So I'm going to address the stuff within the leftist spaces. Now, I don't like calling out names. I don't like calling out individuals. I like to talk about trends and movements. The reason for that is I don't think it's worthwhile to say this particular person has a bad take or this particular person's doing stuff. A lot of times I think that leads to a lot of personality clashing, and I don't think it's ultimately helpful for the left in general. That said, when it's come to this land back discourse, there's been a lot of people who generally don't understand that decolonization, the United States is a lot right now, Duke. A lot of people don't understand that the decolonization process is still a step on the way to... I'll do the car rant for that because I can. It's therapy for me. Yeah, in a lot of ways, making content can be therapy. Sometimes it's a little bit exhausting and tiresome, but it can be very therapeutic if it's done in a way that is helpful to you. And there are some topics that I find very therapeutic to make videos on, and there are some topics that just annoy me to the point where I feel like I have to do it, and there's other topics where it's kind of exhausting, honestly, because of how emotionally heavy it is. But even therapy can be, like, emotionally heavy sometimes, so, you know, it's a mixed bag with that regard. But when it comes to land back, the decolonization process can, in fact, be part of, and in a lot of ways needs to be, part of the process of trying to really heal and move things in the right direction. People need a sense of autonomy in terms of their own national identities before we can create the world where there's no borders. If people are not getting that, like, it's frustrating. Il says Puerto Rico, Guam, Hawaii, to name a few. You have Puerto Rico, you have Guam, you have Hawaii. I'd argue that the Black populations in the US, especially in regards to the idea of Black nationalism, is another one. You have a lot of different ethnicities that are thrown in and have succumbed to the will of the United States in that regard. You have all of the different indigenous groups and nations that are represented as, you know, basically being a part of this idea of the United States. And you have to decolonize that. You have to break that down. You have to give people autonomy, or else what is it going to be? Socialism or communism, where we repeat the same kind of racism across the board? Like, and I feel like a lot of people are missing that with the class reductionist positions. Duke says people have to have their needs met first, and the way things are, they cannot rely on systems controlled by white people for that to happen. Whiteness is a blight, and I don't mean that as like an individual having white skin or light skin. What I mean is the system of whiteness, how it privileges a certain group, how certain people are given advantages because of that. And that system needs to break down. That's going to mean that the different groups who've been colonized by the factors that are involved in the United States are going to need to be broken, to be able to adhere to their nationalism, to their identities, to bring some of the aspects back that were destroyed in the colonization process, and reevaluate how to bring that into a world where colonization has been acknowledged and eliminated and has happened. And until that's done, no, you're not going to have anything equal or just. And when it comes to the thing with Luna, one of the things I want to mention is I have seen a lot of discourse popping up on Twitter with American Johnson and her that have been really troubling, about calling American Johnson basically a sex tourist. And this stuff is really getting me angry. There is a lot of issues when it comes to Vietnam, when it comes to the history there, when it comes to Southeast Asia as a whole, where there is a very complicated history that I am not going to go into the full details of because I'm not prepared to do so, though I could more or less do it on the fly, but I don't know if that's where I want to take this right now, of sex tourism in that region, of the US imperialism being used in that regard, of what happened in South Vietnam during the Vietnam War. There's a very complex history there of imperialism, and it's tied to aspects of genocide. There's a lot of issues there. That said, that's not what I see from their relationship. I don't know them, I don't know their relationship, and I don't feel inclined to comment on their relationship. Nor should anybody who doesn't know them or whatever. That's a private matter as far as I'm concerned. What I'm going to say is someone who's moved to another country, who has done and spoken out against the United States the way American Johnson has, yeah, I'm gonna say what you said, merchants. Y'all know how critical I am of white guys and sex tourists, sexpats, etc. In my opinion, EJ is not a sex tourist, sexpat. And the comments made about him and Luna were despicable. Dude went to Vietnam, learned the language, learned the culture, and actually made a genuine effort to appreciate the culture. And that's the thing. I also need to point out that a lot of the people who fought against the United States, whether they be the North Vietnamese or whether they be the groups that fought for independence in South Vietnam, a lot of those groups would offer US soldiers the ability to defect. It isn't a matter of you being specifically white or light-skinned or anything like that, but it's about where your loyalties lie. And if you're going to be someone who's going to work with the people towards their goal of socialism, work with the people towards the goal of communism, work towards the goal of leftist perspectives, then you are working against that system. If you are taking advantage of the imperialism, if you're taking advantage of if you're a soldier working in that regard, if you're someone who continues to propagate nationalism for the type of fascism that we see in the United States and imperialism, fine. Then you are, by definition, dealing with and experiencing privilege in all of those regards. But if you actively fight against it and you're pushing against it all the time, and you're working for things like land back, and you're working for things like pushing towards decolonization, then I think we can realize at that point that even if you still are privileged under the current system and you acknowledge that you're working for the right reasons. You're working to destroy that power structure. That's the point. To me, that's the point on what you need to make. Let me see if I missed anything else with chat. And, I'm not even saying you have to be perfect about it, but, I don't know. That whole discourse has me angry. It's dismissive of Luna. It's dismissive of American Johnson. It's dismissive of what the point of all of this is. And it's, to me, missing the mark on how this is supposed to manifest in terms of trying to do the right thing for people. So, yeah, I'm really frustrated with that. And again, I'm not pointing to names, I'm not pointing to specific people. I'm trying to critique the arguments. That's where my focus is. But I'm also going to defend comrades that I see, for the most part, making the right calls and doing the right things. And I'm not going to make a public display of, criticizing a specific person. That said, yeah, that discourse is really getting me upset. Let me catch up with chat, though. Duke, I've read that. Cyrus says, I mean, seriously, people need to get a grip, and some of the discussion is just ignorance. Indigenous people have practiced communalism and anarchistic living before white Europeans thought. Yeah, and that's the thing. I will always point back to that video, and I know Twin Rabbits is not the first person to ever talk about this, but Twin Rabbits made the video about it, and it's one of the best sources, I think, for people who are on the YouTube and Twitter space to look at. Twin Rabbit's video does a great job covering all of that. Cyrus says it's ridiculous and moronic and rather stupid. Ill said, I don't have a Twitter, so I don't see anything there. Honestly, I wouldn't have a Twitter if I didn't have to do all this leftist stuff online. The thing is, Twitter is a mixed bag for me personally. On the one hand, it allows me to see things and to get access to information that a lot of news sources don't touch because of the capitalist system that we're in. It allows me to see a lot more union stuff. It allows me to see a lot more in-depth discussions about especially indigenous issues. Because, you know, mainstream media, this, you know, your MSNBCs, CNNs, they're not covering that perspective. So I get access to that. On the other hand, sometimes you're dealing with the bad takes and having to sort through that. And it's like sorting through some frustrating stuff to find the important things. So that is why I have a Twitter. I didn't have a Twitter before I made this channel, and I saw it as a necessary thing for me to do. Catching back up with chat. Duke said, I would say someone saying that about them, there's nothing that is seen to justify such an accusation is what I would say. That's where I'm at, Duke. There's nothing there, and honestly, I don't know enough about them to speak on that matter. I don't know enough about them to talk about that. I don't know Luna. I don't know American Johnson. I don't know enough to talk about it. So I'm not going to say anything, but I do know that I don't have a right to make that accusation, even with that history in my mind, even with the knowledge I have, that Merchants also talked about. Cyrus said, why the fuck would they say this? Yeah. So this is the land back discourse right now, EJ and Luna. There's two, Mel, there's two things going on there. There's the EJ and Luna thing, but they've been really supporting the land back conversation because a lot of people have been misunderstanding what land back is and think that it's some authoritarian position where you're giving land to indigenous people to, quote, rule over, which misses the entire understanding of the movement. It's not... because it's not that. Like, I don't know. It's not within that understanding that it's going to be land ownership in the way that we think of it, in the way that our society currently thinks of it. It's just not the same practice. Decolonization doesn't represent that, and it's... I don't know. It's kind of frustrating to assume the absolute worst perspectives are going to come out of the decolonization processes. Zero says, it just seems disingenuous to make accusations like that without really knowing them personally. I agree. Like, you can talk about the understandings of what goes on and what has gone on historically, and you can bring that up, but to specifically critique a specific relationship, I think undermines a lot of that discourse. Individuals are going to have their own dynamics, and if I knew them personally, you know, I could make a better judgment one way or the other. But the thing is, to make that kind of comment, I don't know. I've never seen that kind of... Merchant says, I also point out American Johnson has never had any, quote, mask-off moments where he has said some low-key racist or sexist shit about Luna. The guy comes across as genuinely respectful. I agree with you. And again, I don't know him. I'm not, like, specifically advocating and say, oh, yeah, he's definitely free of all things and all that kind of stuff, that he's perfect. But I've never seen it. I have never seen any claims against him in that regard. I don't know their relationship again personally, and so I can't speak on that. I've never seen anything in that regard. And so I'm not going to just make an accusation that he's tied to that history and tied to that. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Gangle says, I don't know them either. I will say, if your go-to, quote, sex tourism, when you see a relationship like theirs, it's time to reflect about your own internal racism. Do you automatically think prostitution? Yeah, whoa, you're not wrong there. Mel says, I feel lost for comment on EJ and Luna because I don't really know them on any level. I think that's a fair assessment, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Chat is kind of bustling, so bear with me. Also, reminding anybody new, if you haven't switched over to live chat, I recommend you do so you can see the full extent of the conversation and converse with everybody else. Zero says, not only that, but what does it say about the individual that they can't see a relationship like EJ and Luna's, and their mind goes directly to sex tourism? There's a history there, but again, you can't judge an individual relationship based on one thing. And again, there's a lot of difference there between living in a location and that kind of tourism. Il says, at least it reveals all these people's true feelings. Fair enough and true. Gangle, or at least I think it highlights, rather, just to comment on that, Il, I think it highlights a lack of awareness to the fact that not every single example that looks like something necessarily is, and you really have to focus on nuance. And that's one of the things I try to focus on in this channel. It's like a lot of things are nuanced, a lot of things you have to analyze with a certain understanding and perspective. You have to grow to learn a lot of these perspectives. And it's not just going to come to you. There's a lot of internal growth that needs to be done. There's a lot of external knowledge that has to be processed. Decolonization, even within the self, takes time. It takes understanding. Answering to your own whiteness takes understanding. Dealing with your internalized sexism takes understanding. Dealing with internalized, the transphobia that one will deal with and homophobia that one feels. It takes time. You have to process it. You have to deal with them. On a systemic level, you have to deal with them on an individual level, you have to deal with them on an interpersonal level. And so, I hope that the people who have made these claims will eventually take the time to realize and grow in themselves to realize that it's far more complicated than just labeling it that and calling it the end of the day. Gangle says, when you see this kind of an interracial relationship, do you automatically think, yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud, but yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that comment, Gangle. And I hope you understand why I'm not saying that. Cyrus said, this is very much sounding like a person who read way too many anti-sex trafficking discourse that sex workers get annoyed about. Yep. Cyrus says, the accusations of Luna and EJ sound like someone who read that wrong. Seriously, this sounds like a anti-sex trafficking idiot who made a moronic comment. Yep, it's a low blow and reveals the underlying racism. Il says, Nicaragua has done something like this to indigenous people that live there. Can you actually elaborate on that? I'm very familiar with Nicaragua. I just want to make sure I know exactly what you mean by, quote, something like this. Cyrus says, either they misunderstand or they are ignorant. Zero says, they can't see beyond their own whiteness and understand that indigenous people aren't the kind of people to, quote, own land. Yeah, and that's another part of it, honestly. The system of land ownership, it needs to be understood that was forced upon a lot of indigenous groups. A lot of people had kept to communal traditions. Not all groups when the colonization happened did that happen. But a lot of groups kept to communal traditions, and you would have the Secretary of the Interior come in and basically tell indigenous peoples of different groups, hey, by the way, you have like 20 years to get rid of your communal traditions and to plot the land in this particular way and divvy up the land to people, because we need to basically transform your way of life into ours, and you need to accept that. That's part of the same process where both in the United States and Canada, they send children to schools to quote unquote save the person but remove the Native American from them, where they put them in Western style clothes, where they literally committed cultural genocide to people. That is part of that process. And they changed the entire culture. So people trying to go back and decolonize that's part of the process. That's gotta be part of the process. King Sire says, some of it is so dim that I think for me it's purposefully being spread out. Il says the US has these sanctions on them and maybe all of FSL and soon. Yeah, that stuff is... oh. Jaguar says, it's annoying and frustrating that these, quote, critics of land back see it through the lens of Eurocentric ways of organizing society. Thank you. That is absolutely on the nose. European ideas and Eurocentric ideas of how to organize a society are not the only ones that exist. They have not been the only one to exist in history, and there are other ways to organize things that don't involve the type of colonial process or the type of strict land ownership or those other type of things that exist. And since they identify as leftists, they feel as though they don't need to self-check. Unfortunately, that's very true, and it's looking at a very European tradition of things. And honestly, I'll be the first one to admit, one of the things that we need to do is decolonize Marx, decolonize Kropotkin, decolonize a lot of these texts. And you know who's done that? In a lot of ways. Not that all of these that I'm about to mention are perfect in their own regards, but Mao did a good job of it, the Black Panther Party did a good job of it, there's been anarchists who have covered a lot of this throughout history. You know, we have to work towards that. And, you know, just because a lot of writers have problematic takes on certain things doesn't mean that all of their writings are absolutely bunk and we should dismiss them, but we have to take the good with the bad with everybody who's been out there. Pull the parts out that make sense for a modern perspective. That's the point. We're supposed to make it better. We're supposed to include more people with it. But yeah. Gangle said sex tourism suggests that the core of their relationship is economical. It seems obvious to me that that's not what their relationship is about, stupid and reductionist, and it's cool that I can skip reading parts when needed. Yeah, there's certain things just that, honestly, there's no need to say it out loud, even though, like, I know you have it in quotes there, and I know where you're coming from, and I'm not, like, upset at all for it being there, because it's important to talk about, but it's just, saying it, I don't know if necessarily is helpful, but yeah. Cyrus says, I will say this, people are mistaking what property is. John Locke isn't the end all and be all leftist. I thought we understood this as leftist. True. Melt says, I spent a frustrating period of time learning about the boarding schools and what happened in them for a high school project. Nothing ever made me more angry in my life. That's the thing, like, and that's part of what I'm getting at. Like, we learn this history that the US is so wonderful and so amazing. And I'm not gonna, you know, say that every single idea that the US has ever had is bad, right? But the way it's been enacted throughout US history, from the 13 colonies, which were literally financial projects, to the formulation of the states, which was an oligarchical process, to the continued westward expansion of manifest destiny, to the slavery system, which was upheld and supported by everyone, the US has been wrong about a lot. Its words have been kind of nice throughout history. You know, this idea of equality and liberty and all this, but it's never lived up to that ideal. Ever, even when it was conceived, because it's only been certain groups that have ever had access to that. And we know that. So yeah, like it's frustrating, and it's a process to learn and to remove oneself from that patriotism. If you were born and raised in a system that propagandized the US as this wonderful, amazing, exceptional system, it's a process. Ale says, I meant Nicaragua has a land set aside for indigenous people to rule inside their own country. Yes, they do. And Nicaragua is one of the better examples to look at because, for the most part, and they're not perfect by any regard, and no country is, no state is ever going to be perfect in that regard, but their efforts to fight against the US, and their movement to deal with the backlash from the Contras, their whole struggle there was one of the best, to me, examples that we have of a group of people trying to create a anti-sexist society, to create an anti-racist society, to create a pro-indigenous society. And again, not perfect. And the US really messed it up when they would take and hire people from Honduras to move in there and to basically fight as Contras. That is, the US literally stripped them of funds, they stripped them of resources by putting them into a forever war that they couldn't handle. Because the US would just arm people to the teeth, to the full extent, and like arm to the teeth. But in that process, there was so much. They had child care collectives. They would liberate the indigenous groups from capitalist endeavors and projects as much as they could. The revolution there was something else. It's definitely something to research and look into. Gengel says, I see land back as returning custodianship to the land. It isn't about ownership, it's about taking care of these sensitive areas of land. Yes, that's a great way of putting it. It's a great way of putting it. And it's entrusting people who have always had their cultural traditions as well to respect the land as the key component of that. Like, Zara says, that's how I see it too, Gengel. I'm strongly of the opinion that humans were supposed to be the stewards of the earth, and imperialism and capitalism makes Europeans forget that. Yeah, I am definitely in agreement with that, Zero. I'd love to elaborate on that, but I feel like you just covered that so well. Both you and Gengel. Cyrus says, also some of the claims made are dumb as hell. For example, why the fuck would you think concepts of private property are somehow what indigenous people perceived as land ownership? Yeah, that's another good point. Il says the US is always ravaging Latin America and the Caribbean. Latin America's their backyard, after all. Mel says the best thing the US ever did was legitimize democracy on the world stage, but democracy never went far enough. We might be farther on that front if native nations were treated with legitimacy instead. Well, you had the Iroquois who had a confederacy. You've had concepts of democracy within areas of the world that the US doesn't acknowledge ever historically. And the idea of democracy, like, okay, here's my thing. If it was really about democracy, the US would have backed Haiti instead of France. There we go. Like, that's really what it's about. If it was really about democracy and not about white supremacy, the US would have backed Haiti and supported Haiti against France. Instead of working with France to try to create a situation where, Haiti was supposed to give reparations back to France for liberating themselves as a colony? Like, what? If the US was legit about democracy, they wouldn't have done what they did in Vietnam. They wouldn't have done what they did in Korea. They wouldn't have done what they've done globally in all of Latin America. The fact of the matter is, most of the peoples in Vietnam were in favor of Ho Chi Minh. They were in favor of the North Vietnamese, basically. And the US had to come in and defend French colonialism in Vietnam. In Korea, which I admit I am far less familiar with than Vietnam, there was definitely a position where we came in and we supported the capitalists there. And that's what it's been about. It's about upholding capitalism. It's about upholding actually a lack of freedom. Because if we really wanted freedom, we'd let people and workers make the decisions on their own jobs and their own projects. And that would be socialism at the very least. That's what I'd like to see happen eventually in the United States with worker cooperatives while we're transitioning into something closer to anarchism. I'm gonna just pop back to the game a little bit and play and get this moving, and then we'll get back to chat. Elizabeth says, looks like everyone went to bed already. You should do the same, kid. Oh, my controller actually shut off. We were that far away. It's not picking up the controller because the controller went off. Okay. Am I gonna have to play with keyboard for a minute? No, there we go. It kicked back in. Tomorrow we face Stitches head on, and I don't know about you, but I need my beauty sleep. Oh, the evil store is still here. I have 669 gold. I can get a potions upgrade. Should I get a potions upgrade? Let's get a potions upgrade. I'd like to be able to carry one more. Where was I? Let me save the game now that we're back at the castle. Sire, Duke had said, my frustration with Europeans' misunderstanding of indigenous conceptions of property. It's sleepy time, have a good night. Ignores the fact that medieval European land relations were not private property either. That is very, very true. The commons were not exactly that, you know? The commons were not that idea. Even under feudalism, there was a weird connection to, like, a common area that wasn't necessarily, like, specific land ownership. Cyrus says, Duke, they seem to misunderstand that part, or they don't care. Oh, I have several keys, don't I, to different apartments? I should go check that out. 2H, so let's head there. See if I can get more upgrades. Jaguar had said, this exactly what it is. That's a wonderful and succinct. Let's go in here. Hello. Oh yes, thank you for finding the key. Take whatever's in that chest as thanks. I'll leave it. I'll find the ghost that locked me in here, even if it's the last thing I do. Hammer upgrade. Ooh, there's a stun attack with the hammer now. Cyrus had said Monroe Doctrine. Absolutely. The U.S. is... Latin America is the U.S.'s backyard. Duke says representative democracy is the problem to me. It lets them divide and conquer the population to get whatever outcome they want. I find it massively decentralized direct democracy. I completely agree with you, Duke. Direct democracy is the way to go. Duke says, to the best. Jaguar says, a lot of our stories and practices is connected to the cycles of the energies of the earth. Agreed, Zero. Cyrus says, yep, they don't. Democracy, yes, that's very true. The US would support Haiti, but they didn't, but we know why. Cyrus says, Alexander Hamilton was an asshat. But he was the only founding father that said, yeah, what Haiti did was right and we must support them. Yeah, that is true. He also wasn't a citizen of the US, so... You know, that's... he wasn't a quote-unquote naturalized born citizen because he wasn't born in the territories, which I think gave him a slightly different perspective. That's why he never became president. He probably would have become president otherwise. A lot of people don't know that. Cyrus says, yeah, true. Zero said, fun fact that I learned the Louisiana Purchase only happened because France got scared after Haiti revolted, and then they decided to pull out of North America. That was one thing, true, Zero, and the other reason was they had to fight their own little forever Napoleonic War. Napoleon needed funding to invade the rest of Europe and try to invade Russia. Also, what other key do we have? Apartment 1F. Duke says, a global and economical network of cooperatives is my idea of anarchism in reality, at least in terms of political structure. It's certainly one way for it to manifest. For now, I think the autonomous zones are one of the best things we have going for us. You found a cassette. Nice, nice, nice. What other key do we have? We have 3C. Sam says, hello. Welcome, Sam. Good to have you here and good to see you. Mel says, my position was never that the US-style representative democracy was legitimate or good. I think it was a step up from the monarchic norm that came before. Certainly within the European understanding, I would give you that. The representative democracy at least gave a voice to more people, but unfortunately it prioritized oligarchs and the bourgeois and did not extend that principle of democracy down to the average person. I think a lot of people forget that even the idea of universal white male suffrage was not enacted until the 1820s or 30s in the United States. And that, in theory, it was extended to black men by the end of the Civil War, but of course we know that never manifested quite the way that it was supposed to, because because people of color in this country have consistently had issues voting even until today. New bills and laws are constantly passed that either do the racial gerrymandering, which I covered very recently, or you have the voter ID laws, or the whole Southern strategy under Jim Crow, or the modern strategies that they're still implementing. But of course, we don't need the Voting Rights Act anymore. You know, that was an unnecessary document. Mel says, I think the Iroquois League could have played the same role, but much better on the world stage, where they treated with the respect they deserved from day one. Here's the thing. A lot of people don't recognize this, but the Iroquois Confederacy was a much bigger inspiration on the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution than people would like to give, white people would like to give them credit for. It took a long time for the Iroquois to be recognized by the United States for their contribution, because a lot of the ideas of interacting with the Iroquois in particular were instrumental in the furthering of ideas that had already been started during the Enlightenment process for European society. And secondly, excuse me, I think it's worth noting just how much was stolen and taken from the Iroquois Confederacy during that time period. And again, that's a part of history that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge. And yes, the US had representative democracy at that point, but again, it was very much centered around and provided to the wealthiest of people. Land ownership was a key process because it was seen if you didn't own land, then you didn't have a vested interest. And I don't know, that's part of the process. That was part of the issues going on in the early part of the United States. Duke said, in feudalism, God owns all the land and gives kings dominion over it as stewards. The kings divvy up the land further to their vassals, and the people are considered to be part of the land. True. 100% true. Sam says, I'm not going to stay that long, just wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, I'm glad you popped in and said hi. I'm glad to have you here, as always, Sam. Thank you for stopping in. And, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day with whatever you plan on doing. Ill says during the US occupation of Haiti in the 1920s, a Marine was awarded a Medal of Honor for killing a rebel leader. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. They stripped Haiti of all of its gold. Also, before they imperialized it. Oh, these are the used keys. So, I don't have any new keys. So we can head back down. I'm gonna explore a little bit before I go back to the apartment and sleep. Jaguar says, hi Sam, I hope you're well and projects are going well. Oh, okay. Everybody's saying hi to Sam. God, you all are so wholesome with that. Mel says there are still big problems with suffrage for people of color. Yeah, they may not say X-race can't vote on the books, but they can do everything short of it. Very, very, very true. And let's not even forget the fact that women's suffrage was, you know, a fight, and then it was only white women's suffrage that was fought for. Because of how many women of color still couldn't vote until at least the 1960s and 70s. At the earliest, and then, you know, it's still a fight and a struggle. Never mind the activation or the activating of the complicated processes to immigrate to the US for specifically brown people, and how that's been used as a tool to make it illegal even though people are here. And then you get the people saying, well, I support, quote, legal immigration, except when you make the barrier to legally immigrate so complicated that people can't, well, then you see what happens. You see, you know, look at the whole thing with Haiti and the border that just happened. Look at all of the border thing that's been an ongoing topic of conversation for at least a decade, and far longer than that if we're being honest. Cyrus said, from what I heard, the founding fathers read a lot of classic Greek and thought direct democracy was a failure because of the demagogues like Alcibiades or Cleon of Athens, so they chose the Romans. Yeah. So they literally chose empire. You know, that's the thing. People forget about that. The Roman Republic was like that because it was an empire. So they literally chose empire over direct democracy. And I'm not saying Athens was perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Athens still had slavery. Slavery upheld that democracy. Both in terms of gender, in terms of the women were put into a lower caste system, and the actual slaves that were labeled as slaves within the Athenian society. So, you know, I guess they borrowed from Athens as well. Which apartment is mine? First floor, apartment A. Okay, cool. Mel says, whenever people pull the I support legal immigration card, it makes my blood boil. True, it makes mine too. Cyrus says, yep, they ignore that part of history. Oh, and that's because of the nativist period of total cycles from the 1910s. Yeah, okay, that's the thing with the nativist movement, right? In the 1910s and 20s, you had border towns where you had groups of people who would literally go back and forth on a daily basis between Mexico and the United States. First of all, it has to be mentioned that the US crossed the Mexican border first. Mexico as a state had spread up into parts of the country that would be the four square states, as we call them, the Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado area. It was all there. It was through California. That territory was all Mexico at one point. Yes, Mexico as a state took that from indigenous peoples, but Mexico also had a much more complicated relationship with indigenous peoples than the US did, in terms of how it treated them. And that's another whole complex history that I cannot get into if I want to enjoy the rest of this stream. But when it comes down to it, The US conquered that territory, and then by the early 1900s, you see a situation where you have people crossing that border freely. There was no issue with that regard. They forget that in the old, in the 1800s, that you had Irish people that would come in, for example, and literally fought on the Northern cause for the Civil War, and it wasn't an issue for people to come into a territory and immigrate at will, basically. It wasn't until the nativist movement that you really got this strict border sense, and that we got the idea of, especially with Mexico, that you had to create this barrier between the two areas by the 1920s and 30s because of racism. And as Mel said, what's the difference between someone moving from Haiti to the US and someone moving from New York to California? The difference is basically nothing. It's just people relocating as people do sometimes. I'll tell you the difference. And I get what you're saying, and I agree with you with your sentiment, but I will tell you a difference. The difference is moving from New York to California, you're not moving from a territory that's been ravaged by the United States to the United States. That's the difference. Because the thing is the people who move from Latin America to the US are doing so because the US literally destroyed their economies. They backed up corporate interests and imperialized those territories to make it so that the living conditions were so horrible in those areas that the only option people had was to move to the United States and to risk taking that journey. Whereas people who are in the in people would more than likely rather stay with their families. People would rather be in their own countries and territories. The lands that they grew up on, especially indigenous people from those regions, want to stay on the land that they're connected to and that their ancestors are from. And I'm not saying that it's bad people are moving, but the reasons that they're moving are different. And the issue should be that everybody should be able to freely travel. And I 100% agree with your sentiment there, Mel. But I do need to point out that difference. Because if you're moving from New York to California, you're probably moving because of a job. You're probably moving because you have family maybe out there that's moved out there. You're probably moving for, maybe social reasons or other reasons that might be valid for work or something else. But if you're moving from Haiti to the United States, you're probably doing that for a reason that is tied to a complex history of colonialism and imperialism and disasters that the US has helped influence and make a lot worse. So I would like to just add that to that. Sam says, Jaguar, I'm a bit better than last Sunday. I'm still not 100% from the social problem I was losing sleep over, but I started a video script on autism and meritocracy inspired by it. Ooh, if anybody's around that hasn't checked out Sam's channel, Hooligan Comedy, definitely check out Sam's stuff. Great content, very funny, and I am looking forward to that autism and meritocracy video when it comes out. Definitely let me know when it drops, and if you remember, throw it in self-promotion on the Discord whenever it's done. And also, I hope that your social problem gets solved, and you fully 100% can get to the point where you're no longer losing sleep over it or anything else, but I'm glad you're better. Jaguar says, I'm glad you're getting sleep and making something out of the poopy situation. Elizabeth says, sleep time. Good night, everyone. Cyrus says, South loved Athenian democracy. In fact, that's what the Confederacy wanted down south if it won the Civil War. True, it did. It wanted to keep and uphold all those systems. Also, I do want to add the thing that I said about New York and California and all that, and being in the United States and traversing places, that generally does not necessarily apply to like indigenous populations, for example, because of the reservation system and everything else. Because that's a whole other complex thing about the colonization that occurs within the United States proper. Or if somebody's moving from like Puerto Rico to the United States, there's again that whole complex history there. So I do want to mention that, but It's very, very, very messed up histories. Did you hear that? It's a letter. Give it here. Let me read it. It's time to finish this. Meet me at the theater. Kid, this is signed by Stitches. It seems that we'll have our final battle sooner than expected. Be careful, kid. Cyrus says, yeah, these nativists were lunatics. They said that they didn't imperialism because they didn't want the, quote, lesser races to, quote, dilute Anglo-Saxon blood purity. That phrasing just makes my blood boil. Merchant says, I love how there's a lot of history buffs in this community. Yeah, I think history is a really important and understated, and underutilized tool. In a lot of ways, I think some people... There's two camps, I think, with history. There's those who look at it and they kind of adhere to it. And I feel like there's some of the people who they read the theory, for example, and they want the theory to manifest completely as it was in, say, like the 1920s today. And I don't think that history is useful in that particular regard, personally. For me, I think that the point of history is to acknowledge these stories and the communal understandings of the world to how we got to where we are now. And to bring us into a place where we can understand what made the systems today. Because if we look at it on its surface, then, you know, history gives us that lens to analyze the stories of the past, to bring it to the present, and to understand why the injustices today exist. Because it's too easy to look at the past, to ignore the past rather, and to just look at the conditions today and to blame the people who are in, say, poverty for their poverty. But if you look at it truly, then, well, then you can understand why people are in the positions that they're in. And I think that's the important thing for history to tell us about the material conditions of today. Il says moving can be really expensive as well. Yeah, that's another thing worth mentioning. And like Duke just said, I'm still going through, but Duke, yeah, you're absolutely right. History is about giving context and providing these stories. That's a great way of putting it. Il said, Merchants had said, yeah, you all have really helped me develop a new appreciation for history. And math, too. Those are two areas that I am very, very fond of. So I'm glad that you have a new appreciation for that, Merchants. Sam says, all merchants, I responded before I read your whole comment. Jaguar says, totally agree about history being a good tool. Too many think of the past is the past, so I study it. But knowing the past allows us to understand the present to be able to do something. Yeah, it allows us to frame what's going on in the present. Sam says if people had understood history, I think it's likely we wouldn't have gotten to the place that created the January 6th attempted coup. Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement. Having knowledge of history and how we got to where we are, I think, would really avoid a lot of demagogues and a lot of propaganda. So many people were surprised by it, but not anti-fascists. Not any anti-fascists were surprised of it that I know of. True. We all kind of expected it to happen. Sam says, history is so vital and also easily misrepresented and or misunderstood. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Ooh! Ooh, I like that. The upper floors are also known as Heroes Road. It's the path the heroes must take to face Lord Stitches. We live separately from that castle, so you can relax. No heroes getting down here. Where do I have to go, then? Didn't they tell me to go to the theater? Duke says it also teaches that things can and often have changed. True. It kind of gets us out of that capitalist realist mindset. Oh, there's a note on the stage. Hello, anybody here? Show your face, you coward. What the? You're not Stitches. Yeah, thanks for stating the obvious. This is a trap in case you hadn't noticed. Okay, I thought the whole rival thing was cute before, but you're a bit too late, pal. We're hours away from facing Stitches, and if you don't back off, it will be game over for you two. No one will stop me from taking what is rightfully mine. Only I will have the satisfaction of bringing Stitches down and saving the kingdom once and for all. Brace yourself, Green Boots. Whoa, look out, kid. Alright, we got a battle. Okay. Stage broke. World 4, what? What the? Oh, what happened? Are these triviality stones? What's going on here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I accidentally destroyed the stage. As I was about to strike you down, I discovered this weird door. I have restlessly searched this whole castle many times in search of answers, and this is the first time I see this place. What are you even doing? Who are you? I need to find a way to defeat Stitches. This might be my last hope. You don't have to do this alone, you know. Yeah, we all want the same thing, right? But you are his minions, just enemies to be defeated. Why would you help me? Look, I used to think that too, not so long ago. Oh, I skipped that. I'm still not sure myself, but we could figure this out together. It's still the same password, Mr. Timbalt. I can't believe you forgot. Yeah, well, my memory's not as good as yours, child. Let's make haste. We left some important thing around here somewhere. Yes, sirree. So, should we go in, or... That was unexpected. That's how it usually goes with them. I'll scout ahead. See you later. We should go in too. I have a strange feeling about all this. The factory entrance. What did we find? The next door is also locked. Moth Freak must know something about this. Oh dear, I actually did forget about this particular... Man, you're useless. As if you would happen to know the password. No, we don't need to remember. Those creepy robots know the passwords, dummy. My word, you're correct, young one. Masked child, could you go ask one of those robots if they know the password? Remember to be polite. Being polite got you a beatdown last time, remember? Don't worry, we know how to be polite. Aggressively polite. Oh. Okay. What? Why does that look like Puzzleman? What? You may attack now? What? What is going on? It's telling me sword? And I'm pressing sword. I'm so confused. Shield is greater than sword. Oh, it was jump? I didn't understand what that symbol said. This is weird. Yeah, it looked like a bell. Down is greater than... This is the weirdest enemy. Down is greater than hammer. Three, two, one. Oh, you do not have enough time to hit with the hammer there. Down is greater than jump. I see that it's a boot now. That makes more sense. Okay, I'm done. I'm always forgetting my passwords. I'm gonna start recording them on my trusty Ittermans. The store's password is Arakova. Use your keyboard. Okay. Lasers. Central room. Was there anything else in that room? I feel like... Can I pass this way? No. 'Cause I want those coins. I do not think I can get those coins yet. Definitely has a lot of 16-bit game vibes. Jump is good. Okay, you were just explaining that to me. So Il had said maths, heart. Agreed, agreed. Maths is amazing. Sam said it. I read that. Cyrus said, my brother said it best. History is the story of the human experience from a place, setting, and time where things are and can show things weren't as people today saw things were. I think that's what you show things weren't as people were today, basically. I think that's what you were trying to say. Duke, history is also the only source of full-scale experiments on human society. We can see what happened when X, Y, or Z happened or changed. True. The quote from thing was apparently attributed to Mark Twain. Gangle said some have a very simplistic understanding of history, like Trump can't be a fascist because he doesn't wear a certain kind of uniform. Yeah. Basically, unless you're wearing a Nazi uniform, you can't be a Nazi. Because, you know, that's how that works. And that's everything. I will actually be right back. Give me 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll continue. Just give me 1 second. Okay, fascist essentialism. Yeah, I thought it was going to be case sensitive also, ill, and thought it was going to be case sensitive. Fascist essentially failed history. They ignore. So bad it's denialism. True. Oh, wow. Is that a robot? Coins, honey, 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 pay, 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 pay. No, 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 no. That's so weird. This is kind of creepy. Hello, traveler. I'm not exactly sure how I got here, but that doesn't mean we can't talk business. Check out this stuff. I've been joined by a one-eyed Shih Tzu who is very interested in the game. Aw. Well, I welcome your lovely puppers to the stream. Where are we going? This is locked. Yeah, thanks for stating the obvious. Hey, sorry, that's usually my job. There should be some sort of opening mechanism. Indeed, we need to enter 4 passwords in order to unlock the door, if I remember correctly. There are more mean-looking robots around here. You could ask if they know something about the secret words. 4 passwords? Destroy robots? Got it. I'll stay here while you find the passwords. You seem like a capable bunch. Right, we get to do the dirty job. We'll keep you company, smelly kid. I don't smell. I'm just... Actually, these clothes do kind of smell. Good luck babysitting. Hey! Don't misunderstand, Green Boots. If it were for me, I would find those passwords in a heartbeat. But I guess I want to test your mettle before I trust you. Yeah, justify your laziness however you want, buddy. We'll be back soon. So, hey, you mentioned you were looking for something here? Yes, our pretty hat. My memory has been a little fuzzy as of late, but Tim and I managed to escape this wretched dungeon not so long ago. Though we forgot our hat here. I cannot for the life of me remember why, but it is a very special item for us for some reason. Don't worry, T. We'll get it back. So where are these robots at? Power malfunction detected. It's on its head, the hat. Do you think it's that hat? Because that's hilarious if it is. Backup generators online. Please stand by. Malfunction terminated. Main power restored. Please ignore loose power cables in the central room. They shall be fixed promptly. Security Polodroids deployed. Facility lockdown successful. Lockdown? Looks like we can't get out from where we came from. But it seems like something happened in the left room. Let's check it out. Another security robot. Okay, that was a little unexpected. I'm so confused what I was supposed to do there. It said hit it. Do I have to hit it with the hammer? Oh, I have to rotate it so it doesn't hit me. That makes more sense. When Stitches tasked me with this project, I never imagined I would be able to work in such a comfortable facility. Rising and lowering the water levels to swim around the factory is extremely practical. I even managed to design it in such a way that water levels stay the same through every room. But I must keep in mind that my Ittermans don't work underwater. If I forget one of my passwords and they are submerged, I will be in big trouble. Well, at least we know for sure who's in charge of this factory. Like, it's so hard to figure out, kid. Come on, there's no need to be sarcastic. You got it. Tiber's in charge. When Stitches... You are here. So I guess I gotta raise the water level? Yep. That's how that's gonna work. That side's a door. And so is this side. Training room 2. And this is... okay. I cannot get up there. Looks like I have to raise the water level more before I can get up there. So let me check the left side and see what training room 1 was like, I guess. Ooh. Dodged it. But it exploded on me. Are you able to even dodge that? I might have to head back and heal after this one. Oof. That was close. Oh, I leveled up. There we go. Okay, what are we getting? What are we getting? So yeah, long and short of it is the state of the United States has a complex imperial history that is absolutely messed up. And we are currently dealing with a lot of that in our current reality. And we're seeing a lot of the effects of it in terms of Empire. Duke got the first one in for attack. So we are going with more attack. Also, never mind, we do not have to go back and heal. If you are reading this, it means I am dead. No, just kidding, that would be stupid. If someone's reading this, I'll just have to terminate you. Anyway, today I had the most amazing idea. When employees die, their energy becomes a puff of purple smoke that is sent back here to regenerate a new minion. Sometimes after many regenerations, employees become unstable, organically speaking. But if I skip the organic matter, I can repurpose these guys as intangible blobs of energy, and then send them back to Greg's army as ghosts. Even I scare myself sometimes with my brilliant, cost-effective ideas. The honest ad, I felt, put it really well. what it's like looking inside of the USA from outside. Which ad are you talking about, Duke? Raise the water level up. Ow. Okay, I glitched through the floor there. What's down here? I'm being too impatient with this. It was posted on Discord earlier, Honest Aka said. I'll have to look at that later. Oh, we got one of the robots with the passwords. Shield is greater than boot, down is greater than down. Shield is greater than boot. Hammer is greater than sword, down is greater than... boot is greater than down. Hammer is greater than sword. Hammer is greater than slingshot, down is greater than sword. That's a lot of XP. I lost count of how many times I have heard Mr. Stitches has lost his mind. It angers me that I can't prove them wrong about him. He has made difficult choices that ultimately lead us here. Difficult choices that he had to make to keep us all safe. So I want to write this down at least once, in hopes that I can bring myself to believe it too. Mr. Stitches is not crazy, but there's definitely something wrong with him. And I'm not talking about the immense burden that he has to carry. There's something else that compels him to act this way. I plan on recording my findings until I obtain definitive proof for my claims. I just want to help my friend. Secret password, DNIM. I should write this down. DNIM. That's some serious denial. You better jot these passwords down. I just did! Also, watch it be a plot twist that there's something else going on here. I'm telling you, I blame Puzzleman. I don't trust the puzzle guy. Also, I did not expect there to be a World 4. Maybe I should go heal, actually. Whee! Underwater coffee drinking. I should also be able to get into the area on this side now. I'll go under here. What's up this way? Ooh, there's the other password. Alright, I am not enjoying the slowness of these fights. Down is greater than sword. Slingshot is greater than hammer. do we got next? What do you got for me next? Down is greater than slingshot. Shield is greater than down. Shield is greater than down. The first time I noticed Stitches not being quite well was right after he freed us from our old queen. At first he was happy, but a few days later he started rambling about very unsettling things that could happen, unforeseen consequences of what he had done. Where did these ideas come from? Did the queen tell him or someone else? Secret password is SIH. SIH. So what's in this lower path that's down here? Another robot? Oh, but this one won't work underwater. So I have to lower the water. You found an apartment key. Oh, so there's another apartment that I can go into. But do I have to go back around and hit that again? To lower it one more time? Oh no, this is above the water. Got it. Oh, I got a cheap shot in. That was pretty nice. Hammer is greater than sword, shield is greater than hammer. Shield is greater than hammer. Charge the sword. Okay, that was convenient. I've modified some employees to fit certain criteria, like enhancing their abilities or elemental powers. These enhanced subjects call themselves mini-bosses. I guess they like to sound important. Mini-bosses are especially useful when we want to test the hero's ability. I'm always careful not to make them too strong for the hero's sake. It's always a hassle when a hero dies. And they get lost so easily, too. Ooh, so the heroes are kind of built into the structured system that's going on here? That's weird. I can't believe I had to put so many maps around the worlds. Thinking about heroes always gets me all worked up. Anyway, rant over, back to work. Wait, where's the password? I guess that one doesn't have a password? I just rapid-fired that one. I needed a way to keep tabs on all the subjects. That's why I created employee cards to keep their ID info organized and to charge and pay them on a schedule. For this, I designed the booth ladies and save stations. I needed a friendly face to take care of the paperwork. Paperwork is the worst. Are we talking about, like, the development of capitalism here? Like... This is kind of fascinating. Paperwork is the worst. Very true. Paperwork is infuriating. But, you know, hiring someone else to do your dirty work isn't exactly fair. What's in this door over here? Oh, okay. I still can't do anything here because of that. Oh, maybe if I raise the water level one more time, I can do something about that. I don't know, I feel very captivated by the game right now, like... This feels so, like, we're exploring behind the scenes on something that we're not supposed to see, even though it's very clear this is definitely part of the game. I don't know if anybody else has, like, that kind of vibe. I think they did a good job with the atmosphere here. Of making you feel like you're seeing something secret and, like, behind the curtain, as it were. Ooh, stamina upgrade. Nice. Very appreciated and very needed. They're showing us how the sausage is made. True, yeah, and there's this whole thing going on where you've got the minions literally, when they die, they come back and are being regenerated and reborn. Like, that's kind of creepy. And they're turning them into ghosts. And, like, there's something wrong with Stitches, but... I don't know, it's kinda sketchy. Okay, the water had not fully risen. Also, if anybody else had anything else to say about the US and it being a state in the way that it is, by all means. Also, apologies for that noise. Okay, that brings it up. That brings it down. Oh. I missed. That's gonna hit me. Why did that one completely, like, putter out and not explode on me? Oh, I can duck to block that? That was not very obvious to me. Oh, we gotta level up again. Okay. Mel says, it's just hard for me to think of much else to say at this point. Obviously, the US should give control of land back to native tribes and people, but I feel so constrained on the possibility of it happening. Wait, I'm sorry. Duke said stamina? I know Il came in first and Jaguar said stamina also, but Duke didn't say attack. Yeah, stamina was a good choice. Everyone's got the stamina pick. Yeah, I mean, how do we make that happen? It's a difficult thing, and with the stuff happening with Line 3, you know, stuff like that happens, and we look at issues of infrastructure in the United States, and we look at the whole story and the bigger picture of the United States right now. I don't know. I don't know how we get from point A to point B except to change the social conditions. And I think the younger generation has a better chance of moving in that direction than the older generation has. I think there's more acceptance and understanding of things like the word socialism, the word communism even, you know, the older generation I feel like has a lot of issues, and this is a generalization obviously, but I feel like the older generation has a lot of issues with that Red Scare, Cold War rhetoric of communism bad, and communism is, you know, every evil ever said about the Soviet Union, true or not, and Cyrus says, yeah, a lot of it is that. Older people have a lot of Red Scare baggage, said Mel. Yeah, 100%. And I don't know how we make that change and transform things, except to just keep advocating for things, keep fighting for things, keep on things, and hopefully things slowly start to change from these very liberal perspectives, because we need to get away from that. Evil empire, Reagan called it. Yeah. Generated subjects are new individuals altogether, and they have their own identities, gender, and personalities. Oh. Okay. Best part, they can even get together and start families. It's a cohesive ecosystem of self-generating employees, super cheap too. Oof, this is hitting so on the nose. This is kind of hitting on the nose here. You know, we need to keep reproducing the next generation of workers to support and uphold the system. This game might have swung and missed, as it were, when it came to a lot of the stuff in Pika Pika Island, but in this area... No, Jaguar, we are not on the island. We went back to the castle. This is a factory that's under the castle. We fell through the theater. It is a long time of building capacity, I think, and we're fairly impotent in power calculus sense. I agree. I think it's going to take a long, long journey to get where we need to be. And it's going to be about creating alternate power structures. It's going to be about trying to work towards new outcomes. I think one of the first steps is normalizing worker co-ops. I'm very much on board with what Richard Wolff has to say in that regard. Democratizing the workplace and making people recognize that they have power in their own lives, that they have determination in their own realities, giving them control of the means of production away from bosses. Even if it's an imperfect system, and I know that there's a lot of issues there, there's still the fear of imperialism and nationalism and all of that. There's still the fear of how that'll manifest. I think food co-ops are the one way that we can struggle with that, and if people have this idea America equals democracy, it's a very easy way to, even if that's not true, right? I think it's a very easy way to convince people. Food sovereignty is another important one. I think the abolishment of landlords and food sovereignty are definitely important next steps. Mark, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Cat in a box. You and Jaguar, always with the cat in the box. I always love to see it. That is one of the most adorable emojis. I don't want to flip that switch at the moment. Maybe I do. Yeah, reverse directions. Okay. I thought I was going to make the spikes jump downward. Oh, okay. I didn't expect him to push me forward there. Another apartment key? You're not sure if this is legal. Grand, hope you're good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Can't complain, can't complain. We've just been talking about the state of the US. Jaguar with the kitty in a box as well. Duke, there's a cool organization for food stuff in in Toronto called Food Share. It's an interesting model and has done a lot of good work. I think normalizing things like what am I trying to say? Like, food shares, like you pointed out, Duke, but also like areas and places that are more communal kitchen oriented. I do see a future in creating some sort of like communal kitchen system and normalizing that outside of like projects just to like soup kitchens, kind of. Community fridges is one. I think having areas and spaces where we cook together, where we come together in communal style kitchens, is going to be something really important as we go forward. Not only to create a sense of community and organizing, but also to normalize that idea that we can all come together and kind of normalize communistic living. And I don't know, I think it'll also be good in a lot of senses, because there's still a disproportionate number of in our society, a disproportionate number of women in particular who end up isolated in the house and domestic sphere. And I think normalizing something like a communal kitchen would be very good for breaking some of that patriarchal norm, both in terms of making it less of an isolated experience for women, but also in making it more normalized for men and other genders to take part in the cooking process. Oh, thank goodness. I hate fighting those things. I designed the booth lady's AI to be pretty straightforward. They encourage employees to save often, charge for taxes, and make small talk from time to time. To keep them motivated, I added a small desire for traveling. For some reason, this caused jealousy among the booth ladies of different regions. Very interesting and sad. I didn't even design them with legs. I think I'll add that to my to-do list. It'll make them happier. Oh geez. That's kind of terrifying. Il says, I keep imagining that not just donate food, but actually cook it too. Yeah, I think that's an important part of the process. And I think that it's nice when we can get food into the hands of people, but when people are cooking it together, I think it creates a different environment and experience. It normalizes us also to converse with one another and learn about each other's experiences. Mel said, I've always believed that atomization is one of the greatest tools of control for capital in the modern day. I think it's imperative that we densify our spaces and make physical space less isolated. Very much agreed. I am very much on point with that, with you on that, rather. Duke said medieval bakeries used to serve the whole communal kitchen for the whole village. You know, it's actually something that's not talked about, but during the Great Depression, there were communal kitchens that people could go to. That was still normal back then. They were seen as, like, poorhouses at the time, unfortunately. But, you know, I want to also break that idea that the idea of communal things is for, you know, just poor people. Not that, you know, they don't deserve it or don't need it or anything like that, but it shouldn't just be about, you know, your income level or where you're at financially, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I want to see everybody partake in communal kitchens and being able to go to spaces and eat together. Also, I am taking a little too much damage. Maybe that sounded a bit vague. But for the most part, takeaway is making spaces less car-centric, give roads and streets back to pedestrians, work at the city level to make public transit more robust. Rich people act like universal healthcare doesn't include them. Rich people are worried that universal healthcare is going to mean a degradation of their services. That's what they're worried about. They're worried if they have the same healthcare as everybody else, that it won't be them getting the privileged healthcare and access to resources and materials that that they've become accustomed to, that they're going to have to get lesser care. That's what that's all about. They just love being above us. It's about hierarchy. It's about control. It's absolutely about them being above us. They deserve more. They deserve better in their eyes. Also, Maggie is here too. I have all the dogs. And agreed with you, Duke. Yay, puppers. They get off to that weird exclusivity. It's that artificial scarcity. It's that notion that they don't want to have to wait for a doctor. If everybody else can have infinite wait times, you know, that's the thing with healthcare. They talk about, oh, wait times will improve, will become so much higher if we have universal healthcare. Wait times for who? There are people with literally infinite wait times because they can't get to see a doctor. But they're just worried about that one thing. Their wait times will become longer. And they convince people that, at the end of the day, that it's going to affect everybody, but it's only going to affect the wealthy. If I can't brag, what's the point? It's so frustrating. It's like some George Costanza shit. It kinda is. You're right about that. Also, this area is indeed very purple. I think breaking down the concepts of the nuclear family, breaking down the conceptions of how we converse with each other in the public sector, in the public sphere, how we interact with one another, it's going to generally just be a matter of changing our social norms over time. And breaking the propaganda system that we're all atomized individuals that are, you know, thinking about other people somehow takes away from our freedoms. Like, it's bizarre. The type of freedom they're talking about, you know, it's the same type of freedom that we talk about with anti-vax or anti-mask people. Oh, well, it's an inconvenience for me to have to do this. Well, I'm sorry, but, like, everybody else's lives are at stake. There's a level where you're denying other people freedom when you're filling up hospitals with people who refuse to, you know, get a vaccine. It's stuff like that. It's bizarre. It's bizarre to me. It's bizarre to me when it's got that, you know, well, I could negotiate a slightly higher contract, so I don't want to be part of a union mentality. It's the same type of mentality. And honestly, it's the same type of mentality that says that worker co-ops shouldn't be a norm. At the end of the day, we need a society and a culture where everybody's eating, everybody respects the earth, degrowth happens, everybody has a place to sleep at night, everybody has a roof over their head. And I don't see why this isn't possible with the tools and methods we have. We need to start thinking about the global experience. And I will be completely real with you. There's a lot of people that when they talk about this stuff, what they're really worried about is, honestly, people of color getting access to a lot of the things that white people have. They're worried about poor people getting access to the things that rich people have. And it's all tied together. The racism, the classism, the sexism, the transphobia. It's all fear. The homophobia, it's all fear. The ableism, and we're not designing a society that all people can live in. It's all fear that people are going to lose out on what they have. That they're going to lose their exclusivity, that they're going to lose all the things that they feel like they have in terms of power and privilege. Cyrus says, well, that's the idea of freedom in the US, because the idea is that we've been brainwashed in the United States to hate everything that has anything to do with communal living and communal spaces. It is absolutely possible. We have the means. It's a distribution issue. That's what it really boils down to. We just need to change the way we distribute goods. Just give me a second. Slingshot greater than down. Boot is greater than boot. Okay. Slingshot. There we go. It happened again today. I was about to enter Mr. Stitch's chamber, and I heard him talking to himself. He does this all the time when I'm with him, but this time he hadn't realized I was there, and it almost felt like he was conversing. I could swear I heard a different voice coming from his room. There must be someone or something in there with him. This has sparked a number of questions. What is this foreign entity? How long has it been in contact with Stitches? What does it want? What is it telling him? I need to do further research. Secret password NI. Okay. Okay, but there's one down there, so how do I lower the water level in here and get up here again? Because there's no way to lower the water level in this room. So I must have to lower it outside and come back in? But then how would I get up here? Unless I have to lower it and then swim up really fast. That might work. It's all fear at the end of the day. Mark says, there's enough for everyone, but if we give people food and housing and medicine, they won't pay for it. We used to not have enough, but now the scarcity is forced for monetary reasons, anti-human. Absolutely. Gingle says, I agree, fear is the key. King Cyrus says, others would rather try to maintain the system than rather imagine a better world. Yep, and it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. I think we can do better. I think we can do a lot better than where we're at. Duke says, I think Merchants is probably right. It's all about exclusivity, and it's gross. Hierarchies are gross. Yes, they are. Slingshot. Gotcha. After what happened with Greg, I perfected the method of erasing memories without damaging the rest of the subject. From now on, trained and tested employees have their memories erased before I send them out of the factory. Once they're out, I assign them an ID number, an apartment, and a job to do. No one seems to be emotionally broken because of it, so mission successful. Except for the moth, of course. I apologize for that. I will fix it. It's in my to-do list. Oh. Oh. So is the moth having a thing where it's remembering its past life? And is, like, split between the new reality and the old one? Cyrus says if anything can get, you can get out of Thanos in the MCU is that he literally had the power of God in his hands, but he chose not to grant a better world because Thanos could not imagine a better world. Zero says, anyway, I'm gonna head out. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, Zero, for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. And thanks for all the inputs and everything else. I really appreciate you being here. Cyrus, I completely agree with you. That was one of the issues with Thanos. He could have snapped resources into existence. He could have snapped everything to be better. But he chose that option of eradicating people to quote-unquote make the world better. Duke says, I think you're right, Tara. The moth is its two selves. So the old version of the moth remembers the passwords, but the new version doesn't. Almost like Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah. Ooh, I wonder if Stitches has the same thing going on. Remember we heard Stitches the thing with Stitches talking to himself? Maybe Stitches had the same thing, because like the moth does. Wouldn't that be something? Eradicating people only maintain the system. True. Gangle says conservatives seem to be in a constant state of fear. Fear of the other. Fear of losing what they have. That's why they're so susceptible to fear-mongering and propaganda. Yep. 100% agreement with you there. Boot beats hammer, sword beats sword. In order to gather some evidence for my theory, I planted a small microphone in Mr. Stitch's chamber and waited, but the other voice did not appear. Could this mean it knows what I did? I'm afraid to even write this down. Or maybe the fact that I'm still alive proves that it can't harm me. Perhaps this thing can't physically interact with us. Maybe it can only talk to Stitches. Has it been influencing him all this time? Could it be lying to him about the cycles? And its consequences? I can't prove anything. I'm afraid. This voice, this thing might as well not exist in our world. I'm the one who sounds crazy now. Without solid evidence, this is just conjecture. Stitches could be insane after all. I don't want to believe it, but the alternative is too far-fetched. Secret password. Whoa, that's a long one. Repolret me. Okay. So I think that's all the passwords. I have 4 passwords. That's what I needed, right? And I think I've explored every room in here. Yeah, I've been in here. This is reminding me of Ubik. What is Ubik Kingsire's? Gangle says casting. Mel says, the scary thing isn't so much the Thanos position. That seemed more like a writing oversight. It's just weird how many people took his supposition seriously, ignoring the possibility the gauntlet has. That's true. That's another good point. That's why new casting of a superhero Star Wars is like a 5-alarm fire. Oh no, here goes civilization. True. Gangle, this is why over the years I have come to see Scarecrow as the most effective Batman villains. They do nothing with speaking of fear. When well written, he actually says why he likes fear. Well, Batman functions in kind of a similar way to Scarecrow. It's that same type of fear. The 4-letter password is... Okay. Why is that not? DNIM. The 3-letter password is SIH. NI. And Repolretme. Philip K. Dick's story about an interdimensional god entity that forgot he was a god entity and was living as a human. The story is being that he's discovering he's a god. Huh. That is really interesting. Brilliant work. Now if you excuse us. See you inside. You're welcome. Seriously, not even a simple thank you. Yeah, for real. We just went through all that hard work and then they run in and they don't even say thank you. Cryo storage lab? Rutrow. Species. Aminoguana. Name, Amy. Status, stable. Were those passwords backwards? Mind his... let me write the long word out backwards. INTER LOP. Mind his interloper. What do you think that means? Duke, you're right, it is backwards. Interloper in his mind? Is it fully backwards? Is he talking about Stitches' interloper? (36 HP, 3/3, stamina 4. Species, Ant Rover. Name, Roger. Status, stable. 45, 510, 37. Species, Mothy. Name, Matthew. Status, stable. 26, 818. Species, Batty. Name, Pat. Status, stable. There's an evil queen in Stitches' head. Keep looking, Mr. T. It's gotta be here somewhere. Do not rush me, boy. The smelly kid went up ahead, Masky. Species, Itsy. Named, Beatsy. Itsy Bitsy Spider. Status, stable. 3466 unknown. Species, Metal Slug. Name, Private Salty. Status, stable. 58-4. What the? Oh, you're here. Do you remember her, kid? I bet you thought I was dead. Well, after Stitches tried to strangle me, I thought I was a goner too. But how are you even alive? Mr. Stitches would never hurt one of his own. It so happens that I wasn't being strangled. More like dramatic shaking. Lord Stitches sent me down here to work as an assistant for Professor Tiber. He said I had seen too much and that I should stay down here for a while. He promised it wouldn't be for long. This place, well, it's kind of a complicated matter. Even I don't know all about this place. You should ask Professor Tiber about it. Hello, dear. Oh, greetings, Your Highness. Didn't notice you there. Highness? These twerps? Yeah, he's King Timothy, you know. The Moth King? Oh, shit. Plot reveal. No way. We take care of him here. He recently wandered off, and I was a little worried. I'm glad you came back all right. Have you seen our funny hat? We can't go back without that. Your crown? Sure, it should be around here somewhere. Stitches not killing? Even saving them? This has to be a sick joke. I bet you want to find out, Elizabeth. Where are you, fish? Show yourself. Proceed through our factory and we will talk. We have no choice, kid. Let's move. Species, masked kid. Name, missing. Status, unknown. Those were our base stats when we first came out. That's us. The moth that's been following us is the king of the moths from... that's been missing. King Timothy of the Moths. Species, Los Doros. Name, Rafael Eduardo. Status, stable. 66, 18, 16, 10, 8. Species, Munkin. Name, Monaka. Status, stable. 88, 885. Species, Volcano. Name, JJ. Status, stable. HP 130, 2245, stamina 5. Species, Volcanoid. Name, Flippy. Status, stable. 65, 12, 12, 22. Oh, this is kind of creepy. We're being watched, too. Whoa. Whoa, that's the hero. Is that the hero? I think he's alive. Give me a sec. I'm trying to set him free. Ooh. Ooh, the plot is getting good. Hero, Scarfy, it's me, Elizabeth. Can you hear me? Elizabeth? Yes, it's me. Do I know you? Huh? Ow, my head, where am I? This doesn't seem like home. You really don't remember me? No, I'm sorry. I always knew you were a useless hero. I'm a hero? But I don't even know how to fight. What's going on here? Incoming call. You finally found him, huh? What is the meaning of this? He survived? How is this possible? Oh, no, you misunderstand. He was pretty dead when I found him. That masked kid really did a number on that hero model. You mean this kid really killed the hero? But... Of course. Think about it. Do you really think 745 had any choice in the matter? The hero was coming. Death was certain. It was all or nothing. Kill or be killed. It doesn't make it right. I don't know what right or wrong is anymore. I just want to protect Stitches from himself. Whoa, back up. You mean this is the same hero that died a few days ago? The one and the same. We repurpose him every so often so he can fulfill the cycle of the hero. So wait, what you're telling me is he's just a generic hero? Good meta commentary on that. You mean he was revived like the Baron? The Baron was our first hero model, yes, but Greg was a failure, I'm afraid. He defeated Mr. Stitches like he was supposed to, but he had too much free will. Years later, he discovered that Mr. Stitches was still alive and challenged him to a duel. Mr. Stitches killed him that time, of course, and I had to revive him while erasing his memories. Greg, what is that cycle you keep babbling about? Talk. This is why I didn't want to do this experiment in the first place, so much explaining. But Mr. Stitches insisted on it. He was so interested in the outcome. I have no idea what's going on here. The hero cycle, to put it simply, is the journey heroes embark on to defeat evil. Evil is defeated, years pass, evil emerges again, as well as a new hero. We're in charge of recreating the hero's journey again and again. To that end, Stitches needed an army, a challenge for the hero. He asked me to clone our old comrades and keep the originals here so they could be safe. The hero fights hordes of clones that we have to revive from time to time again. You're a clone? Clone 745, to be exact. I really don't know what caused such an anomaly, but 745 acted on its own accord, disrupting the hero cycle in the process. Are Tim and Timbolt a clone too? King Timothy? Oh no, he wandered here by mistake and saw things he shouldn't have. I had to erase his memory, but something went wrong and his mind was just split in two. We couldn't let him go back to the Moth Queen in this broken state, so we keep him here until I find a way to fix him. Why do you keep recreating this story? What's the point? If we don't continue the cycles, the world will cease to exist. Or at least, that's what Mr. Stitches believes. I've always been a skeptic, but I respect my friend's beliefs. I don't buy this crap. I'm a legendary weapon created to aid the heroes on their journeys. The statues that you have found on your travels only react when you are close. They provide accurate data about you and the hero's progress. It also works as a backup when we want to restart a hero. So if we die, we are literally respawned to continue the process. You mean the ancient beings that created me were a lie? It was all you? You were Elizabeth 1.4. Once every cycle ends, we erase your data so you can restart anew. This is why I can't remember anything from before? Your purpose is to absorb the power of the clones. You were designed to defeat Stitches but never kill him. Or at least, that's how it works with the heroes I designed. They're as strong as I allow them to be. But this kid you've been traveling with has no restraints, no inherent limits set by me. 745 has unlocked a greater power within you, more than you're supposed to have. You now have enough power to face Mr. Stitches, and there's a slight probability of you killing him. And even if the possibility is slim, I have to stop you. I will not let you hurt my friend or escape this place. I can't believe this. Everything I've ever known is a lie. If we stop this cycle, do you really think the world could end? I feel so used. I was able to break free and come this far, and it was all for nothing? What do you mean break free? Cereza. The princess? I was kidnapped, and when I was no longer useful to Stitches, he let me go. But I just wanted to save my kingdom. I wanted to take the legendary weapon so I could kill Stitches myself. But did I even stand a chance? Is my kingdom and all of its subjects just part of this scheme too? I don't know what to do now. What do you want? I don't think I want to fight anymore. Just leave me alone. This is some capitalist realist stuff. Like, this is that moment I feel like liberals have when they realize that the system's inherently broken. Ellie seems devastated. I think I'll stay and look after her. What do we do now, little one? Oh, hi there. Oh. Say, you don't know what's going on in here. Figures, not much of a talker, huh? I can relate to that somehow. Sorry, what are you apologizing for? After Stitches let me go, I found this old masked kid costume and tucked away in his room and decided to take matters in my own hands. The moment I saw you, I knew you had the weapon of the hero. I just had to take her away from you, so I could finish the evil king once and for all. But now I'm utterly lost. Even if I kill him, the world could end? Did I even stand a chance? Cyrus says the truth. Metal Gear Solid level twist. Boom. I don't want to keep talking, Green Boots. Well, I'm gonna head forward. The Clone Factory training room. I gotta get to the next save point. This is nothing personal, 745. I'm actually quite fond of you. You remind me of him. But like I said, I can't let you hurt Mr. Stitches. This conversation's over. How about you? Alright, we're gonna do this boss fight. We don't have Elizabeth either. We cannot get up. We're in the water. I don't even know what to do. Oh, do I have to get that laser to fire at the shark? Ow, I got hit. Ow. How do I fight this guy? Ooh, he just swam into that. I'm assuming I gotta get him to swim into those lasers? There we go. That lowered the water level. Yep, that's it. So I'm assuming it's gonna fill back up with water now. And then I gotta get him to swim into another electric panel. Oh. Okay. This is a bit more difficult than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. There we go. That's 2 points of damage. Get the laser to fire. And we hit the shark. We do this 2 more times and we should be good. And we're doing it without Elizabeth, so that's kind of awesome. Ah, now it's gonna move them to make it a little hard to get him to swim into them. I wonder if I can get it to hit the shark while we're still underwater. No, okay, because that would have hit, I think. Got him. Wait, didn't I get him? Did he miss the electric there? That time I know he missed. Oof, that was not good. There we go. I'm gonna take a potion and just heal. This feels like a really well-designed boss in terms of things, because you can't really function in terms of the standard RPG battle system without Elizabeth, but it's allowing you to do the platforming sections that every boss has had. And I'm kind of wondering if there's going to be a section where we fight Tiber after with Elizabeth. I'm just trying to stay in front of the electric panel. Got him. This should be the last hit. Enough, I give up. Whew, that went okay. I've been observing you, 745, ever since you dropped that chandelier on your fellow underlings and the hero. I tasked my assistant Frankie to investigate your past. You are a very lonely individual, 745. You have always been a quiet one, so quiet that it bothers the ones around you. Perhaps because of fear, they treated you like an outsider, an alien among them. You resented your peers. I could almost feel an air of satisfaction when you disposed of your enemies. But now, you have changed considerably. You have found friends, people who believe in you. You no longer do it for payback or the excuse of riches. Just look at you. You're standing here trying to rescue your friends, to set them free. You're now fighting to set them all free. And I'm just here trying to defend a madman. You have reminded me why we do this in the first place. To be free. You're a good listener, 745. I need to make this right, so I've decided to help you. Call your friends. We need all the help we can get. Gotta change the system. Kid. I can't believe you fought alone. I'm sorry, I think I lost myself there for a moment. Oh, I missed what the princess said. Sorry. It seems I wasn't the only one who lost his way. I haven't forgotten what you did, Fish. I can't come close to atone for my mistakes, but I can start by helping you. On the condition that you don't kill Stitches. Something is really wrong with him, and I want to help him. But his madness has to stop. I can treat him after you defeat him. How can we trust you after all the lies after... Very well. If you trust him, I guess I trust him too, kid. What's the plan here? Just fighting Stitches? No, I said they had a chance. But it is still very unlikely you'll defeat him alone. We will need help from the bosses. Them? What makes you think they'll help? They don't particularly love Stitches. We've done terrible things to them. They're strong, I'll give you that. How do we do this? I'll control the army of minions. They're supposed to attack the kingdom very soon. I'll try to convince them to make time while you look for the bosses. We can go have a talk with Alexandria and Greg, but El Salsarismo? Leave the big lizard to me. You go convince those two. After you get them, I'll open the way to Heroes Road. It's the only way to reach Stitches now. Behind me, you'll find a secret elevator that leads back to the castle. Got it, let's go. Don't worry about Green Boots, I'm alright. I feel more confident now that we're going to do this as a team. We can stop this madness together. Communism is the solution! And you know, sorry for trying to kill you and stuff. That's fine. Even if you had me, I don't think you and me would have worked out anyway. We're too much alike, Princess. We would have butted heads more often than not. Fair enough. Go on ahead and look for Alexa and Greg. I'll find that sleazy salamander for sure. Oh yes, we'll finally see Mommy. And just forget about elevators this time. Please, just fly up there when you can. Agreed. Hey, good luck with the mission of yours. Looks like you'll need all the help you can get. I'll try to help you however I can. Oh, Scarf Boy, I'm glad you're alright. Thank you. Wait, Scarf Boy? Are you remembering? That's a terrible nickname. Don't call me that ever again, please. Oh, that's fair. If you see my father, could you tell him I'm alright? He usually hangs around the elevator in the castle main halls. He must be worried sick. When I found out the hero had died, I was going to start the cycle all over again, but Mr. Stitches stopped me. He planned some kind of experiment for you. He wanted to see what course of action you would take, I suppose. Stitches is waiting for you in his room, actually. It's almost like he wants you to fight him. This is just a game to him. Perhaps not. He must have his reasons, even if they make sense only to him. So I think we'll go back to the castle. We should be able to hit a save point and wrap up for today, but wow, this is getting good. I'm so looking forward to next time. We're back here? Who would have thought? Alright, kid, we need to find Moth Queen and Baron. Pick one and let's go. Super quick, I want to check out the apartments while we're here. 5B. Because I don't know if we're going to get a chance to come back here. And there's probably upgrades. All the plot reveal here. I was speechless, says Jaguar. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? You found a cassette tape. 2 cassette tapes. I have 5E and 1B. Another cassette tape. That's all let's see. Oh no, there was a chest back there. Hold up. I saw that. How do I get that? It's behind the... Oh, I guess I opened it. That's what it was. I don't know if there's keys to every single room. One B. Another chest. With another cassette. Okay, so we got a bunch of cassettes for that. Let's head down to the main floor and hit the save point before we go back to the other worlds. So my daughter Frankie's alright? She's been working with Lord Tiber? Oh, thank you so much for telling me. Please accept this as thanks. Oh, health upgrade. Nice. Thank you. Alright, so next time we will be heading in to see the other bosses and recruit them in our mission to take down Stitches. This was a plot twist and a half. Like, I was not expecting all this. This is really well done, well written. It's really well designed. And other than that one area of blemish with Pika Pika Island, this game has been fantastic and way above my expectations. Like, I know the racism there was an issue, and like we talked about last time, but wow. The way they're confronting the idea of the generic hero, the status quo, the cycles and systems of things, and the truth. Merchant says this was a solid stream both in gameplay and chat. 100% agree. I'm always grateful for all of you and the things you add to the conversation and the conversations that we have together and the way you talk to each other as well as me. Like, it's so great to see this community interact with each other and just have these wonderful conversations. And this game is just, again, exceeding my expectation. The game has blown my mind with all of this. The regeneration process, the cyclical nature of it, there's so much you can tie into capitalism, and great way to end it. I didn't want to end us on a cliffhanger with Tiber, so I know we went a little bit over in terms of time. So thank you all for your patience who stuck around. So with that said, Duke says, oh, we're grateful for you too. Jaguar says, facts all around the convo being stars, and I can't see that other symbol. I'm so sorry. What is that other emoji, Jaguar? And while you tell me that, so if you are someone new, do consider joining the Discord. We have conversations like this all the time on there. You can also follow me on Twitter. It's learning. Ah, okay. Thank you, Jaguar. You can also follow me on Twitter. If you enjoy any of the conversation that you heard today, I do political content, usually about 4 videos a week, sometimes a little bit less if I have a longer video. Do consider subscribing and liking this video. Very appreciated, helps with the algorithm. Give it a thumbs up and hit that bell for notifications. Also, if you are in a place to financially donate, and only if you are in a good financial place, consider a single donation or a Patreon donation. Both links are in the description down below. Anything that you can offer would be helpful, and we'll go back to the channel. I have a few goals in mind that I'm still working out the details on, and again, hopefully we'll be getting that new camera sometime soon. Gangle says, if my language is sometimes overly harsh, I apologize. I'm not here to make anyone feel bad. No, Gangle, I don't think your language is harsh in that regard, and I did want to comment on that. You're absolutely right with the way you frame things on quoting things. Sometimes I don't feel comfortable saying certain things out loud because of the connotations of it, and there's just no good way to say it on a stream like this. But the points you're making with that, I think were very much on point, and anyone would be able to go back to the live chat and see what you were saying. And I don't think you have, I personally don't think you have anything to apologize for. So with that said, good night everyone. Thank you again for everything. And with that said, my name is, oh, Jaguar says, I don't think it's too harsh. Keep it real. True, true. My name is Anarchist Terra, and I thank you all for watching. Have a great and lovely evening. And if you're watching this on YouTube, have a great time wherever time of day you're at.